Adit, welcome to Lake State Media.
Yeah, thank you. Play the music.
Okay, welcome to Lake State Media. We'll play the music before we bring ambassador. So bear with me.
Hello, Kun. Hello, Elena. Please try to share the video. Share the video, please. Thank you.
Please share the video. Share the video. We'll bring ambassador in a minute. Share the video. Join Lake State. We'll bring ambassador right now. Share the video, please. Thank you, the viewers or fans of Lake State Media. In a minute, we're just waiting number to go to about 60 or 70, a little bit, and then we'll bring the ambassador. Ambassador is here. We'll bring him up in a minute. Please just, listen to the SPLM liberation songs, and we'll bring ambassador right away. So I put the topic outside there on the Lake State Media. You should read the topic so you know what we're talking about today. The reason why we're bringing ambassador is here. There will be a lot of misinformation that will be correct. So come and listen. If you disagree, just listen. But we'll bring people after to comment.
There's another thing too. Another thing too, guys. We are live at Facebook at the same time we are live on YouTube. For those of you who have access to YouTube account, then you can watch it on live on YouTube too.
Yes, you can watch it on live on YouTube also if you have a YouTube. We are everywhere. So thank you. Just in a minute, we'll bring ambassador. But please, when you come, just listen. Even if you disagree with us or you disagree with him, just listen. And after he finish, then you can respond. And also, if some other people, when they come to show, they will be very abusive and or insult, but there's no room for such character. We have to be very respectful. Self-esteem is more important. Thank you, because we'll bring a lot of people to the screen after that. So just listen to the music a little bit and we'll bring ambassador.
Okay, Paul, we can start.
Yes, thank you, Madid. We are ready to bring the ambassador. So, viewers, we thank you for coming. Ambassador is coming. Ambassador, welcome to Lake State Media.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much. I hope you are seeing me.
Yes, you are very clear.
Yeah, we are seeing you.
You are very clear and gentle. So, Madid,
Okay.
Madid, I give you the floor
Welcome
to introduce the ambassador.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Paul Makur. Thank you, Ambassador Gordon Bauy, for accepting our invitation to come to Legacy Media. Welcome to Legacy Media. And also, before we give the floor to Ambassador, so I would like to send out my condolences to the family who lost their loved one, the family of Karbino, family of Abraham Majak, Maliak, family of Monidiar, and the others who lost their life during that weeks. So that we send our heartfelt condolences. So our heart is with the family who lost their loved one. So for that being said, so death has no friend. So before that, and Paul, thank you once again, and Ambassador, welcome to Legacy Media, and thank you for accepting our invitation. Please, I will give you a floor to introduce yourself, who you are telling South Sudan, who is Ambassador Bauy, and what is your role in government, and from there you can go ahead.
Thank you very much, my brother, and I thank the Lake State Media for inviting me to talk about the issues that are facing our country. My name is Gordon Bauy. I'm the Deputy Chief of Mission of South Sudan Embassy in the United States of America. I've been in the U.S. since 2015. I just came from Juba last week. I was in Juba for 4 months. So when all the problems that you had happened, I was in Juba. So when the Lagos State media asked me that the viewers and all the people of Lagos State, including non-Lagos states, because Lagos State media is watched by all South Sudanese, not only the people of Lagos State. When you people asked me to come and clarify some issues, I accepted because it is very important now. Our country is at the stage of the implementation of peace, and also we are in the pandemic. First of all, I want to tell the people, all your viewers of Lagos State media, that on behalf of the people of the Republic of South Sudan, on behalf of the government, we are very sorry that we lost a very good young man, whom personally myself, they are my friends. I know late Karbino Wol very well. I met him many times in Juba before even he was arrested. He was a very easygoing guy, very friendly. It is very unfortunate that he made the wrong decision, but we all mourn his death. I know his father is the SPLM veteran. He fought for South Sudan. And I really feel the situation is going through as a father, because there is no father that will want to bury his child. Always, it is the child to bury his father. And as the SPLA veteran and a liberator, I wish him my condolence, and his wife and his family. The same thing to Abraham Ajak. I met Abraham Ajak in April 2000, this April 2020 in Pyramid Hotel. He went and met the first vice president, Dr. Riek Machar. Then he came and got me in the lobby. He said, "Go, you Gordon Bauy?" I said, "Yes, I'm Gordon." And then we went and sat down the tea place and we talked. And we had a lot of discussion. And then he told me the experience in jail. And I gave him advice, yes, you have freedom of speech, because he's a diaspora. He was from Australia. And he's a very ambitious man. So I wish also my condolence to him and to the rest of them who died when they made the wrong decision. I also give my condolence to all South Sudanese who died in this pandemic, not only in the diaspora, also South Sudanese who died with Corona in South Sudan. We lost a very important people this year. This year is a very bad year for us, the South Sudanese, because we lost very important elders and very important leaders of the community who struggled, who fought very hard for the independence of South Sudan. I don't need to mention their names because you know them. Some of them were not killed by Corona, but we can blame Corona, because if it were not this lockdown, maybe some of them would be alive by now. We could have taken them to places where there are specialists who could help them. So now coming to the events that led to the deaths of Karbino Wol and Abraham Majak and the rest, because there is a very big distortion in the media. I just left one of the shows recently where I was told to come and comment, and I got the stage was set up for ambushing by Jonkor. I think you people know the show of Jonkor. Before I accepted his show, he told me that I will be having some panel discussion with Wol Attack, who is a member of opposition and he lives in New Zealand. I know Wol. He was a chief editor of the former Daily Mirror newspaper in Juba before he left the country. Wol became a member of the opposition. So when Jonkor called me 2 days ago that we want to discuss, and then you can give the side of the government what you know, what happened, there are some facts which are not correct, and I agreed. I said, okay. But I didn't know Wol was setting up an ambush. You people who have watched that it was set up in a way that I was not even given the freedom to talk. Whenever I want to say something, most of them, including the moderator, would come and attack me. So they made up his mind, okay, you are against the government, but give the government a chance to tell you the truth at the side of the government. That's what it means. Okay. it is very unfortunate in that show, I was not given an opportunity to explain to the people what exactly happened. Because they have their own facts, they made up their own decision, they believe in lies, and then the only thing is that to come and humiliate the government. That was the reason I was called, not to listen to the side of the government. So the whole show is not for dialogue or conversation of the people of South Sudan and with the government in order to implement the peace or the way we should forward for us as a country. That's not how it was made. The show is to humiliate the government and to call for people to betray the government, like what they said very clearly that they want Salva Kiir to go. My question and what we are wondering is that those who are calling for President Salva Kiir to go, where is he going? We are in implementation of the peace. So when you say Kiir must go, where is he going? And how is he going? Are you going to topple him? We are now implementing the peace. Dr. Riek Machar is in Juba. All the opposition are in Juba. And yet there are people calling for Kiir to go. Are we for peace or we are for something else? This is the problem with some of the people in the diaspora having their own shows. And what they're actually doing is not to help the people of South Sudan, because our people suffered when the war broke out in 2013. When this peace was signed in 2018 and the implementation is started this year, what we should be doing as the people of South Sudan is to support the implementation of the peace so that our people, will not suffer anymore. We have refugees in Ethiopia, in Sudan, in Kenya, and in Uganda, and in Congo. We want these refugees to come back. Okay? We don't want Thomas Cirillo, General Paul Malong, and the rest to continue fighting. We want them to join the peace wagon. Okay? Anybody calling for Kiir must go, that person is not for people of South Sudan. And it's not for peace. Because you are calling for war, you are saying that the suffering of the people of South Sudan must continue. Dr. Riek Machar rejected that call. That's why he accepted peace. All the people know that Dr. Lama called, Gabriel Chamson, OPP, they all rejected those calls. And now they are in implementation of peace with the president, Salva Kiir Mayardit. So that's why I want to address what exactly happened to the Karbino, as the man was arrested, as you all know, with Abraham Majak. I'm focusing on these two individuals because they are known. They are the figures who are known. Abraham Majak, originally from Australia, joined the SPLM-IO in 2017. He went to Khartoum, met Dr. Riek. Then he decided on his own, without blessing from Dr. Riek, to go to Lagos State to mobilize people in Lagos State against the government. He went and he was caught. Our security military intelligence caught him and brought him to Juba, and he was arrested in the National Security Prison. Wol, Karbino Wol, because I want this, and I want you people to know, there is too much distortion of facts, people creating lies without knowing. They did not even know that Karbino Wol, when he was arrested, he was taken to court. Why Karbino Wol was arrested? Karbino Wol was arrested in 2018 because of subversive activities against the government. Karbino Wol was working with foreign powers. You know, Karbino Wol had a security firm called Karbino, called CAS, Karbino something security service. That security service was used by the enemies of South Sudan to pass military intelligence. All the reports you have seen with the UN panel of experts arming of the South Sudan were from Karbino Wol. You know, our government has a capacity. Our national security were trained by the Americans and they were trained by the Mossad, the Israelis. So they have the same, using the same technology that is used by FBI, by the Secret Service in America, by the CIA to intercept. If you are doing something, they will know what you are doing. So our security intercepted, got everything, the activities of Karbino Wol. What Wol was doing with the foreign powers to bring down our government. Because you people might know, in 2017, there was a talk of UN takeover. led the United Nations after 2016 fighting, she ruled South Sudan. People like Paganamu were supporting that. And there were people, as very big countries, supporting that idea. The UN takeover of South Sudan. That is, the whole leadership of South Sudan, government, including Riek, should be either eliminated or arrested, and then UN will rule them. Later on, UN can go and look for any South Sudanese like those of Pagan, whatever they call them, technocrat, to rule the country. So, Karbino Wol was arrested. When he was arrested, he was taken to court. And I want you people to know this, because there are lies. Oh, Karbino was arrested, he was not taken to court and blah, blah. No, Karbino was taken to court. Karbino was taken to court and he was sentenced to 10 years. The judges were convinced that, yes, this man was engaged in subversive activities to undermine the sovereignty of the Republic of South Sudan. He was sentenced to 10 years. Then what happened on October 7, as you people know, the state Karbino Wol grabbed a gun, okay, from the guard inside the national security, and took, and with other prisoners, they took over the prison. Then the army with tanks surrounded the prison. The negotiation started until they agreed to surrender their weapons. Okay. Then a new charges were brought in the court, leading him to have 10 years in prison. Okay, in this year in January, our President Salva Kiir Mayardit decided to pardon, for the sake of peace, to pardon everybody, so that we have a clean slate, saying that no, from today we are implementing the peace, everybody must be out of prison. Those of Abraham Ajak, Peter Biar, Karbino Wol, and the rest, those who were arrested in the States and in Juba, they were all released with presidential pardon. When they were released, I think some of you people who are viewing might have seen, and you can get in the media, when the father of Karbino Wol called people to go and pray for what President Kiir did, pardoning his son. And the father went and talked, narrating how he was, when we lost Ethiopia in 1991 with the people who were in the bush, how he was carrying this boy called Karbino Wol, because he was very young then in the 80s. The father talked how he was fighting country more as a fighter. So it was very emotional. I myself, I attended it in Juba. So he thanked the president for pardoning his son. And he advised his son that, my son, from today, just see your business, do your thing for your country. That was it. Coming to Abraham Majak, when I met Abraham Majak, as I said earlier in April, I met him in Pyramid. He went and met Dr. Riek Machar for 3 hours, 3 good hours. And Dr. Riek told him, Abraham, you came to me in Khartoum, you just disappeared without my blessing to go to Lagos State. If you talk to me, I would have advised you, no, don't go. Because you cannot go and mobilize people in Lagos State to fight the government. That is heart of the government. You will not survive. Because when you are a rebel, you have to assess where are your strengths and weaknesses. So, what is your plan now? I want to give you a job. Because now Iowa will be everywhere. Since we signed the government, there will be power sharing. It's very clear. We share power with the government in all levels of government, including the counties. So you tell me your interest. What can I do for you? He told Dr. Riek Machar that, look, I want to go and see my family in Lagos State. After I see them, then when I come back, I will tell you my decision. Dr. Riek told him, okay, that's good. Then he left. When he left with the belief that he was going to see his family because he was in jail. But Taro, when he was going, he was coordinating with Karbino Wol to start rebellion. They were already in contact with Mondiar, who is the youth leader, but the so-called Galwan. So, on June 5th, as you heard on the Voice of America, when Karbino Wol was interviewed by John Tanza, and they declared the formation of October 7 movement, that they had 1,000 forces to overthrow the government, starting fighting the government in Lagos State. and the people they were relying on, they were having some communication with people from outside. I will not tell the detail, but the only person I can mention is the same Wol attack who was with me in the show of Jonkor. We intercepted his communications, calling people even in Wara to join Karbino Wol rebellion. The same Wol attack, because he's the best friend, calling from New Zealand, telling him that yes, there are officers I know, I will talk to them. Please get rid of Salva Kiir, take him out, start the war, and all these things. As a government, we intercepted them. You people know. I was in January 2018. I was the one who leaked the tapes of Paul Malone. When Paul Malone rebelled, we leaked his tapes. I was the one who leaked them to the media. Okay? Because at that time, people were saying, Wallahi Malone was mistreated by a Kolkor, kida. When we released the tapes that we intercepted, how he was talking in Dinka, telling people, even if there is no, why don't you just even kill one car with a civilian? You know, in Dinka, I think most of you have heard that. Then this is where people, the public realized that Paul Malone was not a saint as people thought. He was really an evil man. The government was right. Okay? And those tapes are there. You can still listen to them. Now, when Karbino declared the rebellion on June 5th, then the Security Council called a meeting. The Security Council, including the national security, the military, the police, the Ajida, and then they link up with the Secretary General of the one running, because we did not form the states. The states are being run by Secretary General. Urul is still, although the states were dissolved, but there is no, it's not formed yet. So the people running the government are Secretary General of the states. So these people, they were informed that, look, you will listen to our decision. There is insecurity problem going on in Lagos State. Then now when this one, people said, okay, what is the report of intelligence around? The intelligence in Lagos State said, yes, these people are mobilizing, but now the most of the forces are those mobilized by Mondial. They have some few people, you know, here and there, but the huge force that they see as a threat, these are Gerwanga Mondial that they were relying on. Because even the house they were staying at the headquarters was the house of Mondial. And Mondial, for those of you in Lagos State, is a youth leader of Galwan, well armed. Okay. So the government decided that, okay, we should give negotiation a chance. And then it was decided that the father of Karbino Wol must be informed. The man was brought from Bargazal to Juba by the government. The government brought him and told him, look, this is what your son did. You heard it. He said, I heard it on the VOA radio. Okay, you talk to him. We understand he might have, because, you know, he might have been misled, but talk to him. And his father did more than 7 times. Talk to Karbino, my son, you cannot do this to me. I worked very hard. I met the president twice to tell him, pardon my son. And the president listened to me as a comrade. You cannot do this. You are letting me down as a veteran. He said, no, I'm a different generation. This government must go. If this will kill me, I'm ready to die. Then the father said, look, government, there's nothing we can do. I talked to my son, he refused completely. He said, okay. Then in few days before the operation, they started, at Mondial, started sending Galwang attacking. From there, the government said, okay, then they sent the forces that were in Lagos State, the military, to go and engage him. They fought for him 2 days. And then after that, you know, as you people of Lagos State, you know the use that you saw in the video. This time in South Sudan is a time of cultivation. There is nobody in Lagos State who will accept that somebody is creating a rebellion at the time of cultivation, and they will keep quiet. So the armed youth who were against Mondial said, no, we cannot allow this. This man is, we don't want what happened in Upper Nile to happen in Lagos State. Somebody coming here is starting a rebellion. We, the civilians, will be the victims. If he has war, let him go to Tony. Okay. Then the youth went and told the government, look, we are not party to Mondial. Mondial has supported, yes, he has some use with him, but with the majority, we are not with him. So the government said, okay. From there, they joined on their own. They decided to go and attack because they don't want a rebellion that will disturb their cultivation and their cows. Everybody in South Sudan, they have guns. Then they went and engaged these people and fought them. Okay. Karbino Wol was killed in action. He was not captured because there is allegation that Karbino Wol was captured and executed. That is not true. He was killed. He was fighting. He was killed in fighting. It is very sad that we lost a young man, very ambitious young man like him, but he refused to listen to his father and to all the reasonable voices that he should have abandoned rebellion. Then he decided to fight. He was killed in action. We as a government, we don't blame those or how, because when somebody took up arms and you decide to fight the government, then the government has no option. Even the communities, they don't have option but to defend their cows and their peace. Nobody wants, we are now in time of cultivation, okay? Nobody wants to have a conflict, then somebody will come and import the conflict to your area. We have seen the devastation of war in Upper Nile State. Nobody in Barghazal would want to see that. At the time of peace, Riek Machar is in Juba. All the opposition are in Juba implementing the peace. And somebody is creating a rebellion here. Do you think people of Lagos State will accept? They will not. This is what happened. This is what I want to tell the Lagos State media, that Karbino was killed in action. He was not executed. He was not captured. Because he told his father that he's going to die. He refused to listen to him.
Okay, I have a follow-up
yes.
question, Ambassador, about that. This is where we need to we need to cap on that thing, because when Karbino, for that video that you mentioned, for those civilian, that video, because that was so confusing. Like the day that Karbino was killed, the spokesperson came out, military spokesman came out, and he put public that they killed Karbino. And then the next day, the civilian were interviewed on that video, that which trending on social media, and they were saying that they killed him. So my question is, who killed Karbino? Is it the civilian Gerwin or the government forces?
Okay. Now, 2 days before the youth themselves joined the war, the government forces and the Major General were fighting the forces of Karbino, commanded by Mondia. That fighting, as Gerald Lul said, was correct. But the last day of the fighting, the youth, as they said in the video, they joined the fight. But if they joined the fight and then they went, and because they said, no, we cannot accept this nonsense, rebellion to take place in our area, they joined the fight. The only thing, okay, Lul, as the spokesman of the army, you know, he has a right to say that, yes, the government killed Karbino Wol in action. There was an action. But even if the youth were party to that action, you cannot give credit to the youth, okay, as a government, that the youth killed him, although they were party to the fight. This is what happened. He was not contradicting himself, but as a military man, he has to say, because there were action 2 days before that, there was fighting between our forces and the forces of Karbino. But when the local realized that, okay, this will be a protracted war, and this one is getting a lot of displacement. Of course, even the 2 days war, by the way, there were civilians who were displaced. They ran away from their farms. Then the youth said, no, nonsense. Of course, the youth...
Before that first day of the war, like the allegation that we hear, we had that the killing of Mundia. We saw the video that his wife released the video. In that video, she said that in the middle of the night, about 4 a.m., that's what she said in the video. I'm quoting her. She said that the government forces came 4 a.m. in their house and ambushed surrounding their house. and then they call everybody outside. I'm talking about her. I'm quoting her. And then her and her husband, they are at the other house room, and they were talking. She asked her husband, "Who are those?" Her husband, she said, "I don't know. Maybe they are the SPLA soldiers, maybe." So, and then when they heard them talking, and then they start fire in the house, and then the woman ran out with the baby carrying with her together. So, and then they shot her, and the baby got killed in the spot, and the other kids were wounded. So, so I don't know. So I want the clarification here. So because we get this one, and we need, because the story is not adding up. The reason why I'm saying the story is not adding up. This is the story. That's what the family is saying, and the story the government side is saying that okay, Moindiar was hosting a Karbino in his house. So which one is true here? So that's why we want. Can you please clarify this to the people, especially people of Lake State, because we are so confused here.
Correct. You see, put yourself like a journalist, because in a military situation, you analyze the facts. Even if you are not in the war, you can say, this is not correct, this is not correct. When Karbino Wol declared rebellion on June 5th, Mondial was part of the rebellion, right? When they declare a war, they are not stupid. You cannot declare a war and then sleep without bodyguard, without people looking out whether the enemy will come. What the lady said is not correct from military point of view, because the lady is saying that they were sleeping. How could Mondial be sleeping while they declare rebellion on June 5th? It's not true. You are a soldier, you people, you are a Red Army. When you are in a military base, when you were in the bush, there will be a soldier who will be guarding at night in case the enemy comes. Right? That story is not militarily, is not true. There was nothing like that. These are people who want to justify as if there was no problem. No. These people, when they declare rebellion, they are not stupid. They are very smart. Let us give them intelligence. When you declare a war against the government, you have to know what power is you are going to deal with. So you have to take all the precautions, security precautions. So the lady is not true. They were not attacked at 4 a.m. No. The fighting took place 2 days consecutively. Government attacking and they were repulsing our forces. Government attack, they repulsed until the youth joined. The youth, when they joined, there is an advantage. The youth, they know the area very well. They know the terrain. You cannot compare Galwan and the SPLA soldier in terms of knowing the area. This is the advantage where they help the government to dismantle the defensive position of Mondiar and Karbino Wol.
Yeah. Thank you, Ambassador. I have another follow-up question. You said that when Karbino came to the area, there was a confrontation between the SPLM and the Karbino for 2 days, and then the civilian joined, the one that surrounding the area. But when Karbino was killed, you said that civilian joined and then kill him. Were the military present at the time that it was totally shot fatally? Were they?
No. Our forces were in a distance when the youth engaged Karbino and his group. Of course, Abraham Majak and Karbino, they were not in the same place. They were scattered by the youth. Okay, even they didn't die together. If there were some who ran away, as those boys said, maybe you watched the video. Some of the forces survived. They ran away because it's a forest. It's the rainy season now. There is too many wheat is very tall, and then the trees. So the government forces were in a distance. Do you know how you are a soldier? You know how the government, when they launch an attack, they move together. They are not like the one who can just appear, five can appear there or there. The government, when they move with artillery together. They were in a distance at least 2 kilometers away when the Galwang attacked Karbino headquarters and his forces.
Thank you, Ambassador. The reason why I asked that question is because when the military were present by the time Wol was shot and was killed. There is this very disturbing situation in my country whereby if somebody is killed, the dead pictures, I mean, people will took pictures and in a short time will flood Facebook. And I was very disturbed when I see this happening, because in my mind, I was saying that if these people, if the military fight and kill Wol, because he was also fighting, because I was in the military, when anybody is fighting, you know, when you're fighting, it's just here in our state. When the police come and get you and you fight the police, in fact, the police will take the action. So in this situation, if the military was around, I was about to ask you why they don't prevent the civilian taking these pictures and put them on Facebook, because it's very disturbing. But since you said that they were away, probably that's the time the civilian took the pictures and put them on Facebook, because it's very disturbing when the family see these bodies. Even if somebody rebel, you know, it's not good for us to put his pictures on social media. I would have argued the government forces to prevent the civilians from taking these pictures and post them on Facebook. So, but you said they were kilometer away. Probably that was the time they have access to this, and they put them on Facebook.
Correct. As you said, you know, the civilians, they already did a lot, not only the killing. These youth were angry. They also took the money of the Karbino and his group. They took some. Later on, the government told them, look, we need the documents. The general told them, look, okay, take the money, whatever you got, which is valuable, but we need the phones for intelligence. All the satellite phones that you get and the telephone, bring them, including the documents. That's why passports were brought. Because we have to know who was talking to these people, which countries, who are their friends, who are this. Because you will go and download the intelligence within the phone, within satellite, you will know who are the people based on intelligence. As a military man, you know that. As you see the video, this boy is talking in Dinka, saying that when the general said, okay, where is the money? Oh, we got this amount of money. But they gave these the phones and the satellite and the telephone and the documents like passports. They gave them to the army.
Thank you, Ambassador. There's another malicious information that also I want to have you. Hold on, Abraham. Hold on. You know, a lot of people wonder, how did Karbino, a lot of people wonder, because some people have information that Karbino was in Nairobi, and some people have information that Karbino was in Juba. And some people said that Karbino took helicopter and landed in Lake State. So how did Karbino escape from Juba or from Nairobi to landed in a Lake State? And which helicopter he was using?
No, okay. When Karbino was pardoned, he was a free man. He was not under the radar of the police or national security. There was no point. What happened in May, at the end of May, he decided to go. He told his family members he was going to visit his family. The same way Abraham Majak told Riek Machar to go and see their families in the village. Okay, so you cannot tell him don't go to your area. If you're from Lake State, nobody can tell you not to go to your own area. So this is how they got out of Juba. The helicopter the youth talk about is not a helicopter that took Karbino. It's a helicopter that landed to give them military supply. This is what the youth said in that video, that they saw a helicopter landing. Because in intelligence, intelligence is not only that you monitor electronically, but also you need human resources. Within the area where Karbino and Mondial were, within the youth, within Gelwen, we had intelligence within that Gelwen. Some of them that they said belong to them were also part of our intelligence. So they have to give the government information. That is called human resources, because that is the best intelligence that you believe. somebody inside saying that, okay, I saw this, and saw this. And then this is where the military intelligence will say, okay, what is the capacity, military capacity of these people before we attack them? You know, you are a Red Army. Before you go to attack, the military intelligence people will come and say, okay, the enemy, they have this amount of weapon, they have this amount of manpower, they are stationed here and there, kida. And then before the commander will decide how to attack. The most of intelligence, the human resource intelligence came from the youth.
Thank you, Ambassador, for clarifying this because it's a very confused situation. But I like what you said because that's even me, my mind was going around. How did, because people said that you took an helicopter. Was it from Nairobi? Was it from Juba? But thank you for clarifying that one. Madid, if you have a follow-up question, go ahead because I will keep what I have until you finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul Marco. Yeah, Ambassador, I have one of the question which is concerning very heartbreak. So I hear allegation. I don't know because most of the things sexual nowadays, I don't know which one we believe is true or not. But what I hear is that the government is refused to give the bodies to the family for burial. Is that true? And if it is, why not the government release the bodies of deceased so that they...
No, that is not true. That is not true. What the government did, the government first, they want the bodies. Now the bodies are in mortuary in a military hospital, in the freezer. The government is now talking to the families. Don't listen to what people are saying. Wol was just talking. Wol is just a friend of Karbino. He's not a family member. The government wants families how they will take the bodies. Where do they want to bury them? Okay, the government must negotiate with the families whether they want to take them to their villages, and then we need to agree on the terms of burial. Okay, now we have a corona. We don't want people to go and sectionalize or tribalize the burial. Taban, as a government, you have to have precaution. You don't want people, section of Karbino Wol to say, oh, this group, plan, cattle, Janabatai, people will go and cry and they use as a rally for war. As a government, you don't want that. Not only that, you don't want corona to be spread around because according to the rules of corona, you don't want more than 10 people to be part of the burial so that they don't spread corona. We don't want to export corona to the villages. It will be very devastating. So the government is negotiating with the families on that purpose. That, okay, if you want to go and bury these people in the village, those people in Juba, they must take tests, corona test. And now corona test in Juba takes 2 weeks to come out because our machine is not, we don't have a lot of machines. We made a mistake last time, that was 2 months ago, where some people went for even some of our ministers who got corona, is because when people are tested, there are people who left without waiting the result. And one person, when the body of late Edward Lino was taken, maybe you people might have heard about it, the laboratory said it would take around a week for the result to come out. People said, why would we wait for 1 week? And person is here. No. Then people made a mistake. They went and took the body of Edward Lino to RBA. But within the group, one person was already positive. They don't know. So when they went to RBA, Comrade Edward Lino was buried. When people came back, the test came out. One person, I will not mention his name for privacy reason, was positive. So the whole team, 2-3 planes that went to RBA had to be quarantined and tested. This is where, as Comrade Dr. Majak made it public, he tested positive. He was one of those who went to the burial of Comrade Edward. A lot of some ministers, you see. So now, as a government, you have to know, okay, who are the people who are going to attend the burial? They have to take the test, the corona test. Okay, when you know they are negative, you said, okay, take the body. But even in the village, we don't want this number of people to attend the burial for health reasons, because you don't want corona to spread in the village. Okay, that is the reason why it's taking time. Don't listen to what the opposition are saying.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Ambassador. I think that's a very sensitive question, because and I thought that this question, the family of deceased should hear it, because and I know some of them probably they are watching us now, and it's good that they can hear from one of the government officials what's going on. So thank you. Both go ahead with the other question.
I believe, Madid, we had enough for talking about Wol. And Ambassador, I appreciate you for answering some question in a very gentle manner. We want to drift away from Karbino story, and like you gave a condolence. I really like that. We want to drift away from that story, because everything happening in South Sudan is a continuation of something, of something, of something, of something. We want to drip you out from that, and we want to take you to the peace situation in South Sudan. Uh,
Correct.
can you tell us? Can you brief us about the appointment of governors? Can you brief us? Because I don't really know what's going on. That's why I said, can you brief us? So I don't know how to ask you. So come up and tell us what's going on.
No,
The appointment of the governor.
that is correct. You see, you people might have heard this week, the presidency agreed on the allocation of states. Before that, there was a disagreement on the allocation of states with the SPLM-IO. The SPLM-IO leader, Dr. Riek Machar, said he wanted Upper Nile state, and then he wanted Western Equatoria, and then he wanted Western Bahr al-Ghazal. When the president said the other parties, Vice President Abdel Baghi, representing the SAWA, raised a motion in the meeting of the president saying that you, the IG, and the IO should not be given Upper Nile state because you, the two parties, fought in Upper Nile. So for the sake of reconciliation, Upper Nile should go to SAWA, to us. That was the motion raised by Vice President Abdel Baghi Akolayi. Majority of the presidency, all of them agreed, with the exception of Dr. Machar, because it was logical that, okay, if the conflict in Upper Nile was between IO and the government, that is IG, okay, then let's give the governorship to another party. So when the decision was made by the presidency, Dr. Riek Machar objected and said, no, although it is the democratic decision, majority against me, including the FDs, Mama Rebecca, supported the argument, he rejected it. So when he rejected it, we had 2 months negotiation back and forth going on. Saying, okay, Dr. Riek, yeah, okay, we can give you, if you don't want Jongle, we'll give you unity states. He said, no, I don't want unity states. So last week, on Saturday, he had a meeting with the president after he was cleared from Corona. He met the president for 3 hours, and then the other vice presidents. Vice President Abdel Baghi was not in the meeting because he went for burial of his father. You people know his father, Abdel Baghi, he passed away. Riyad made an appeal that the reason why I want Upper Nile state is not for evil intentions or anything, but is for me to strengthen the peace, because he said there are evil forces outside, and he's right, by the way. He said there are evil forces outside in America, the opposition group in America, who want to use Wolong not to join the peace. They don't want these Shuluk forces to join the peace. And of course, I cannot hide anything. One of them is Comrade Pagan Amum. Those are Pagan. although we are talking to them, those of Paul Malonga and Thomas Cirillo are looking to just to grab some people to undermine the peace. So Dr. Riek Machar said, look, if I don't accommodate the Shuluk in Upper Nile, this Shuluk will not support the peace. They will join the opposition and disturb the peace itself. So we should not give them an opportunity. And it was a very logical argument. So President Salva Kiir and the rest of the members of the presidency saw the logic in the argument with Dr. Riek and said, okay, all of us, we are for peace. We are not for war. If this will bring peace, okay, you take Upper Nile. So the presidency agreed and gave Dr. Riek Upper Nile State. So that let him bring a candidate to be a governor of Upper Nile State, as long as it's going to help the peace. Because the interest of the government, the interest of President Salva Kiir, the interest of the presidency, the interest of Mama Rebecca, the interest of the Bagai, the interest of Taban, the interest of Dr. Wani is for peace. So the logic that Dr. Riek Machar said that, look, if we don't do something to accommodate this Shuluk, Pagan will grab them and try to be a negative force. It will not help the peace. Then the government agreed, okay, take Upper Nile. So now we agreed. The government also agreed with the OPP leader, Mahjong Mayan. You saw the letter of Sawa, but today an agreement was reached between the presidency, Dr. Riek, and President Salva Kiir with the Sawa leadership. Sawa agreed they will take Jonglei. So I believe by Monday or Tuesday, the state governors will be announced. So I want to tell your viewers that Monday or Tuesday, all the governors will be announced. Dr. Riek finished his consultation today. Because, of course, Dr. Riek has to go and consult with the people who is going to be a governor here and there and all these things. So that one takes time because political consultation takes time. So today, he finished consulting with people, and by tomorrow on Sunday, he will give the names of his nominees to the president. By Monday or Tuesday, all the state governors will be announced. This is in the form of formation of state government. After the governors are announced, then the governors will go and form their state governments. Now we will move to parliament. Parliament has not a lot of issues because parliament, there is no debate. The number is very clear in the agreement. IO is this, FD this, SOA this, government this. You just bring your list of your nominees and then announce. So I believe within 7 days, the state government will be formed, the parliament will be formed, and then the 3 levels of government then will be done. Then they will go to commissions and other responsibility sharing positions. And then now the implementation is going smoothly. The security arrangement is also going very good. All the forces, that is the joint forces that are being trained are in the training, but the VIP protection forces that are being trained, they were supposed to be graduated this week, but the experts from Ethiopia, from other countries, they said no, they need 1 month to give them more training because you have to change them ideologically because they are going to be mixed. There will be no IO or IG or SOA forces. They're all mixed up at the South Sudanese, and then they will be protecting the VIPs. So now within a month, they will be graduating the VIP protection force to protect all the VIPs. While the army, the unified army, is being trained because you need a proper screening. Somebody above the age of 60, he has to take a medical test. If they cannot, then you weed them out because you need a professional army also. Need fitness. It's not only about being a profession. You have to be fit. Okay, if you are not fit, then you have to be DDR. You have to be demobilized and then sent to demobilization. That's what the things that are happening. It takes time, training and all these things. So the peace implementation is going very well. It's going very well. There are no issues. And like what some people are saying, people who were not even the signatory to the agreement, having their own show saying, oh, this peace is not going because they're in comfort zone in the West. They are not even party to that. They are not the one who signed the peace. So those parties that signed the peace, they know that the implementation of peace is going very well. We have seen the Minister of Defense from IO and it is the same minister making sure that the security arrangement is being implemented. So the implementation of peace is going very well. Next week, the states will be done, and the other week, the parliament, and then all the state institutions will be set up.
Thank you, Ambassador, for this clarification. Actually, you sharpened my mind now because I didn't know what's going on. But there is a follow-up question. It will be just yes or no. But if you want to go further and explain it, that's fine because you have a platform. Tell us about this. Is SSOA giving up Jonglei State to government? Is that true or not? Because I heard rumors that they are giving up Jonglei State to government. Can you tell me about this?
No, that is not true. The SOA, SSOA, will nominate the governor of Jonglei because according to agreement, they have one governor. They are not giving up to the government. Don't believe that. They will nominate the governor of Jonglei.
Thank you, Ambassador. Another follow-up question. What about, I heard also SSOA is requesting one ministerial position and 2 deputy governors. Is that true? And where are they requesting?
No. It's not SSOA. Okay. It's not SSOA as one governor. The deal was this. The OPP, the presidency made a deal with OPP that because OPP has to be accommodated, not SSOA. SSOA, they already have Jonglei. But the OPP will have 2 deputy governors from anywhere in South Sudan. Anywhere they choose, they will have 2 deputies. That is the deal that was made.
Thank you, Ambassador Madid.
Yeah.
You are highly welcome. If you have another follow-up question, I will keep the one that I have for later.
Okay, I will follow up question. Before I do a follow-up, another question for Ambassador. Let me address our viewers who are watching. Thank you for all of you guys are watching. And for those of you who are complaining that we are not reading your comment, we are. And the reason why we don't pin down the link is because we are doing this interview with Ambassador. We don't need to allow our other people to come in yet. But if the Ambassador is feel comfortable later, bring some of the guys, we will bring them. But we are not allowed anybody to come in at this time because we won't put our question in so that the Ambassador can answer them. So this is how we organize this show. So please, my apology to you guys who really want to join the show. I apologize for that because sometimes when we hold the show like this, we will want our guests to feel that we question them. All our questions, he can have more time to answer those questions that we are asking. So if we don't bring someone up, please, I'm sorry, we apologize for that. Thank you so much for understanding that. Ambassador, I have another question. This is not about the state yet. We will go back to the state. But there's another question because I see one of the article last week, and even in the news media, and I think you know aware about this, and it's good that you come to Lake State here today. I heard about that Egyptian military, they are in South Sudan. They're having a base because this thing going on between Egypt and Ethiopia, and South Sudan now is caught up on guard between these 2 countries. So I had allegation. I don't know if it is true. And it's good that you are government. You're one of the government officials. You can tell South Sudanese which one is correct here. Is it true that the military, the Egyptian military, have their base inside South Sudan territory or not?
Your brother, you know, one of the worst problems we are dealing with as the people of South Sudan and government is that the people of South Sudan and the diaspora they become worse than the fake news that the American government was fighting. You know, the US government has been fighting since 2016 with the fake news created by Russia. The South Sudanese diaspora, they created fake news Facebooks and Facebook fakes. Then they spread fake news that are fake. This issue, the nonsense fake news that is being spread that oh, South Sudan is giving a military base to Egypt. First of all, Ethiopia has intelligence. Just ask yourself. Have you ever heard Ethiopian government saying anything against the government of South Sudan that there is a base? No, it's because it's a lie. It is a lie created in the diaspora by those fake news on Facebook and in other social media. Ethiopian government has the embassy in South Sudan. There are thousands of Ethiopians in Juba. They are in Malakal. They are in Pagak. Pagak. Me, I went to Pagak 2018. I spent 2 nights in Pagak. I don't know whether you know Pagak. Pagak, between Pagak and then the Ethiopian is only a bridge. Most of the restaurants in Pagak are owned by Ethiopians. There are Ethiopians in Maiwu town. For those of you who were in the bush between Maiwu and Pagak, they are there. I cannot even talk about Paloj because Paloj, there are Ethiopians working in Paloj driving trucks. Okay? There are no Egyptian forces in South Sudan. This is a propaganda created by anti-peace elements in the diaspora, and we know them as a government. One day they will answer to that propaganda. We know all of them. We are even talking to Western countries. Look, these are people. One of them is a guy in Canada. Even we know where he is in Canada. 2 guys in Canada, 1 guy in the US, 1 in Australia. We know them. These are the people creating life. Hello?
Hello, yeah.
Yeah, we
Hello.
hear you froze.
Yeah,
but
you froze.
you
No, let me see why it froze. Wait. Don't.
just refresh yourself and come back.
Okay, wait. Why it frozen? I want to see.
Okay.
Just wait, Abra.
No, I'm listening. Just wait. I'm coming in.
Okay.
Okay, let him come back.
Yeah.
Okay, while we are waiting for the Ambassador Gordon Bauy to come back, so we want to make it up. Okay, he's back.
Okay, he's here.
Yeah, maybe it's a network issues. Yeah, I got it.
Now, this is fake. You know.
Okay, now it's clear.
Yeah. I was talking about Ethiopia and Egypt. Ethiopia.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the general that is monitoring the general in charge of joint evaluation and monitoring mechanism in South Sudan is the Ethiopian general. Called Mullah. It is a general appointed by IGAD, and it travels everywhere in South Sudan. Is 1. Number 2, the UN forces in Abyei that are protecting Abyei territory between north and the south are Ethiopian. 3,000 Ethiopian in Abyei, commanded by Ethiopian general. There is Ethiopian general in Addis monitoring the evaluation of the peace. So now, if you are a reasonable person, would Ethiopia not know what is going on in South Sudan? Given the capacity of intelligence inside South Sudan, they have forces in Abyei under the UN, and they have satellite. By the way, Ethiopia sent satellite last year. I think it was this year. Yeah, this year. They sent a satellite to space. Okay? They can just send a satellite and find out whether there are Egyptians there. Then they have a they have a general in Juba. They can know the Ethiopians know this, they know this is the fake news.
Okay.
Just the worst part of it is that the people in the diaspora, sometimes you don't understand where is the intelligence, because you can analyze. You try, the hatred against the government made some people not to judge, not to have independent judgment, because the hatred against the government is too big that it clouded their judgment. That is what is happening. There are no Egyptian forces in South Sudan.
Okay, Ambassador. But let me
Yes.
just, so you will have your follow-up. But Ambassador, did Egyptian request South Sudan to have posts in South Sudan? Did they?
No. Egypt never requested South Sudan. They never requested. Our relationship with Egypt is bilateral. They are helping us with Corona. When you see Egyptian forces, they help us as part of the African Union. Even the Ethiopian know it very well for training. They bring military uniform because Egypt, before last year, Egypt was the share of the African Union. African Union was shared by Egypt. As the share of African Union, they are obligated to help for the implementation of peace in South Sudan. They help us with medicine. They give free medication to SPLA in uniform. The same thing to Ethiopia. Ethiopia did. Even last week, the Minister of Foreign Affairs was in Yuba. He took the kits for Corona test. Ethiopians are doing the same thing. So it's just a bilateral relation.
Thank you, Ambassador, for hearing that. But did you will come? But Ambassador, let me ask you. Ethiopian built a dam, and they had Egypt that they want to fill this dam for 3 years, and Egypt said that no, we want you to fill the dam for 7 years so we can have water from the Nile. So tell us about this. Did such communication?
Okay. No, Nina, we the people. Okay, let me put it this way. The agreement was negotiated by the U.S., by the Trump administration, under Secretary of Treasury Mnuchin. We in South Sudan Embassy here were aware of the technicalities of that agreement, because South Sudan Embassy, with my colleague Ambassador Philip Jada, the head of mission, as South Sudan being a riparian, one of the riparian countries of the Nile Basin, are always invited in these meetings for us to listen. Uganda, South Sudan, those, because we're the Nile people, right? The agreement, why Ethiopia did not sign the agreement negotiated. When Mike Pompeo went to Addis Ababa, you people know, three months ago, to convince the Ethiopian Prime Minister to sign, the Ethiopian Prime Minister said, well, we have reservations that need to be addressed. Okay. Ethiopia is saying they want to fill the dam in 3 years. Look, Egypt agreed that Ethiopia should build the dam, because this is where a lot of people are misunderstanding it. The disagreement between Egypt and Ethiopia is not something that can lead to war. It's only a technical question. It's a technicality. Why it is a technicality is because Egypt recognized the right of the countries of the Nile to have electricity, to build their technology capacity. They recognize that. They recognize that the Ethiopia should build the dam. The question is, how long will you fill the dam? Because once you fill the dam, two of you, if you fill the dam, after that, there is no risk of the water. You know that, right? The reduction of the water is the time you are filling the dam. This is where you can reduce. But once the dam is filled, it will be like a normal before.
Right.
Egypt is saying the dam should be filled within the period of 7 years. Ethiopia is saying, no, we can do it in 3 years. Why? Because during the rainy season, there is much water being lost in flood in Sudan, in evaporation, that can fill the dam in 3 years. Okay, for instance, now is already rainy season is started most. I mean, from now up to October in Ethiopian highland, it will be a very heavy rain. That heavy rain with the Blue Nile, that's why sometimes Blue Nile in Sudan is flooded. All right. What was the reason why Egypt wanted to build Jonglei Canal? Do you know why? It's because there are billions of cubic water being lost in the suit of Upper Nile going to Bargazal. A lot of water is being lost there in its swamps. So if they can make the Nile straight, this water will flow to Egypt. That was the idea why Jonglei Canal was created. But there was an environmental problem. The environmental problem is that all these tribes, the Nuer and the Dinka, the Murle, they will not get the water. because the flood water is what this flood water was giving us fish. You know what we use, although it is sometimes the flooding is not good in Nur area and the Dinkabor and area, but at least environmentally, if you drain that area, it will be very devastating for the wildlife, for the fish. That was the reason why we refused, and it's one of the cause of the war, why we took up arms, right? The Jonglei Canal. But there are billion of water being lost in the Sud area, in the swampy area of Upper Nile and Baragazal, just being lost. You remember 7 years ago, 2012, the Egyptian came with an idea. They wanted to clear the rivers in Baragazal. You remember that, right? And up to Unity State to take out the river icing, because the river icing and this wheat was delaying the flow of water to the main Nile to Egypt. Okay. Last time we had a disagreement with Egypt. You remember in the Fuller Dam, when the Norwegian Fuller Dam is stopped because of the war of 2013, the Norwegian wanted to fund it so that we have the dam, that dam for electricity. But when the war broke out, the Norwegians said, no, we will not pay because there is a war. When we even had a disagreement with Egypt, because Egypt was telling us, oh, you know, this dam will reduce the water. We told her, here is the feasibility study. There's no water it will reduce. We need electricity to build South Sudan. After that, they were convinced. When they told us, oh, you know what, we can, what about generation? We tell them, go hang yourself. We want electricity that for the industries or anything. And then the Norwegian, the European, the American said, no, Fuller Dam will not harm you, Egypt. Let South Sudan build the dam. The reason why we didn't build it is because of the war in 2013. It's not because of Egypt. Because we said we have the right to have the dam, so we have electricity. Now, Ethiopia is saying, we will fill the Renaissance Dam during the rainy season. When it is a dry season and the rain is very slow, then we will reduce. This is the technical disagreement with Egypt. Ethiopia is saying during that, because even now they are saying in 1 month, in July, they will start filling the dam because they know this is a rainy season. Then they estimated that within 3 years of this heavy rain during rainy season, they can fill it. Egypt is having example saying, okay, we need the third-party engineers to go and assess and all. This is where the disagreement is. It is not in the level of war that it can lead to war at some. Those who wish the government to fall are just dreaming. No. America is the one negotiating it. They can have a solution. It is the U.S. government that is negotiating this. Do you think America will want Egypt and Ethiopia to fight? No. They will find a solution, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador Boy. That's a really good, because, you know, I remember in 1983 when SPLA was in the war, I was young by then, I was very small, and I heard about the Jonglei Canal when the Egyptian did that. And it was really, if that project went on, really, South Sudan today will not be speaking, because those areas, those swamps that you mentioned, those rivers, those around in South Sudan area, they will dry up. As you can know, Bol and I will be in Kakuma in 1992 when we
Yeah.
from India. So we in Kakuma, there are some drying, they call it coal. So those dry coal, I heard that, I don't know if this is true, I heard it from local tribe Turkana. They said that this long time ago, those driving rivers, there were water in it. But the government, I don't know if that allegation is not true or it's true, I don't know. They say that they used to be a water. They were a pit. But Turkana tribe, they are so violent back then, they fight with the government, and then the Kenyan government decided to block the water not coming from that area, and that area dry up, and that's where it lead to Kakuma, northern part of Kenya is a dry desert. There's no water in there. We live there for 12 years. Anyway, so that is a real good.
Let me tell you something, because you were in the bush. You know Bill Farm, right?
Yes.
I
never been to Bill Farm. I was young by then. I was big.
Okay, I grew up in Bill Farm because we were the people of my family members were the people who founded it with the rest of the freedom fighters. You know Bill Farm. For those of you who live in Bill Farm, there was a small lull. tributary. The Nur and Dinka, they call it Lol. It's the same name.
That's right.
Now, if you go that one dried up. Why? Because in 1996, Ethiopia built a dam in a Bobo for cotton plantation. That dam reduced the flow of water to build farm and to Nasa area in South Sudan. I'm from Jekany. Me, I'm Jekany. I'm from Ulang. I'm Jekany. Now, part of our people, the Jekany from Gajak of Ethiopia up to Jekany of South Sudan, when the Ethiopian built this dam, Bobo Dam, that river that the SPLM freedom fighters were in build farm, it dried up completely. You see, it dried up. Because why? Ethiopian did it because they want to use the Bobo for cotton plantation. You see, but luckily now, maybe because of global warming, 5 years ago, we in Jekany, we don't have the issue of water during dry season because there is too much rain in Ethiopian island. Otherwise, in the 90s, it was a very big problem because the tributary coming from Abobo dried up during the dry season completely because of the dam. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's move away from another topic. Yes.
Now, we have another topic. Okay, guys. Now that topic is good. We want to drift away. We want to drift ambassador to another argument, which is another discussion. It will be a disarmament. Ambassador,
Bol, this is important. You made sure on this question that I'm about the ambassador. We are not got there yet. My question is this, ambassador, like we see in the news last week about AU. South Sudan was sanctioned from AU. Is it true? Because I heard that the South Sudan sanction is removed from the AU membership because they didn't pay their fee.
Yeah, okay. What happened is this. Every member of the African Union is required by law to pay their share every year. This year, because of Corona, the oil price, you people who are monitoring the global oil price, there was a time the oil price went to $12 per barrel. $12 per barrel. Even $11 per barrel. There was a time it was only 1 cent. You heard about this. It became a breaking news.
Yeah.
When the oil price of Texas, America, 1 cent. They said, okay, what is the point for us to produce? This was American talking. So, for us in South Sudan, the only commodity we have is oil. We signed an agreement with the Sudan government, what is called, we of course were buying Jalaba for independence. That is the meaning of it in the agreement 2012, September 12. We were supposed to pay Jalaba $26 per barrel, and then we pay the oil companies another $4, what is called the cost oil, $30, then the rest were given to us. Up to now, when the oil price went to 1 cent per barrel, even up to 20-something, we get nothing completely. Because still, the Sunnis government will take their share. As a government, we get nothing. So this oil price cost, South Sudan was getting nothing. We could have shut down the oil, but we said, okay, if you shut it down to reopen it, it will cost you a lot because the pipes will not work and all these things. Only thing, you store the oil until the price goes up. I believe if you watch it every day, the oil price in the media, it went to 32. Just 2 weeks ago, $32. And within these $32, you get only $2 per barrel. And you sell it every 4 months. It's not every day because a lot of people, they don't know all this technicality of selling the oil. The cargo, you have to fill the ship. Once cargo is around 600,000 barrels. For you to fill it, it can take you 3 to 4 months. And then you go and sell it. And then after that, for you to get the money in 5 months. Since February, up to now, there is no revenue for our government. And it's not only South Sudan, including the American, including the whole world, because of Corona. It's a pandemic. Nobody wants to buy oil. There are no planes flying, no cars, nobody driving. Now, we inform our ambassador to African Union, and Ethiopia inform the African Union that we have to be given a grace period. We want to be given time until October this year to pay our share. Okay, to pay our share, because by August, then the oil price will catch up and it will go up. Then we can clear our share. But the African Union, they say, well, you know, if we do favor to you as South Sudan, other countries will exploit it. So our government is working to clear the bill next week. By next week, we will clear the bill. It's just a suspension. It's not a dismissal. It's not a sanction. Just the media sometimes they misuse the words. If you do not pay your money, the punishment is that you have no right to vote if there is an issue being voted and you don't attend the meetings until you pay your share of the country. Once you pay your share and then you can join the meetings, then you will have the right to vote. So our government is working very hard. By next week, we are going to clear our due, the money we owe to African Union. By next week, we'll clear them, and then we will continue having the right to vote in all the votings that will take place in African Union. Yeah. So the situation was created by the pandemic. It was beyond our control because the oil price crashed.
But you know, Ambassador, because these issues, I think, I heard the same thing like last year or a couple of years ago, if I'm wrong. Because the same thing, because I remember there was a video that I watched. Some of African Union, they were debating in their chamber about the reason why some of them they want to kick South Sudan out from the parliament because they don't want to allow South Sudan because they didn't.
No, that is East African community. We paid them.
Okay.
We paid half of that. Okay. Yeah, East Africa community, not African Union.
Oh, okay, got you. Okay, good. So
yes, we paid in East Africa community. Our share is 5 million a year. We already paid 2.5 million 3 months ago.
Okay. So you mentioned about oil. You know, I say you mentioned about the oil in South Sudan.
Yes.
As we all know that South Sudan economy depends on oil. 98%.
Correct.
Yeah, it's depend on oil. So my question regarding about it because we see a lot the corruption is going on in South Sudan. It's not new. So and we see like 3 weeks or a couple of weeks ago, we see that the government of South Sudan give the contract to this Chinese company to build a road Juba to Barkazar Road, and then that rain came and wiped out the road. So what happened? Can you explain? Can you highlight about this? What's going on? Why?
Okay, that's right.
No, that is
okay. It's a very good question because a lot of our compatriots, a lot of our citizens were disappointed and all this. Okay, let me put it this way. When you sign a contract with a company to build a road or anything, okay, there are stages, especially when it's the road, there are stages where there's what is called certificate of completion that has to be signed. For example, if you finish 15 kilometers of tarmac road, right? There is an independent company. That company could be from Europe, could be from the US, that will come and examine the road. It will say this road is perfect. Now, they will issue the certificate, it will be signed. Then you go to other kilometers. Before even the whole road is handed over, because the construction of Barkazal Road was a contract that was signed by the government of South Sudan with China. Shandong High Speed, that is building the road, is a government-owned, Chinese government-owned company. We signed the contract with them. The conditions are there, the terms. There is an independent body monitoring that can sign the certificate of completion. Okay, when they started it, you know, they're building a bridge. I don't know whether you were there. You didn't see. There's a bridge they have to build. You know, the part that is washed away is an experimental part. It's not the road, because there is no certification of completion signed by the Ministry of Roads. This is where our people misunderstood. Okay, that road, the part that was tarmac, is not even 4 kilometers. You can go and see it. They were testing it, because even the bridge that, if you leave Bill Farm, there's a bridge. They are now working on it. You saw last week, Vice President Taban went and see the way they want to build the bridge. Now, in South Sudan has a problem. Especially, we don't have a sewage system. There are 112 Chinese engineers of Shandong working in this road, and then 56 local engineers. This is a very sophisticated company, by the way, very respected. There is what you call, you have to do hydraulic assessment of the terrain, of the soil. When they did the calculation of hydraulic, they did it without calculating that there are no sewage. If there's rain, because the water have to force themselves, you know. If you don't open, it's not the company to open. Even if the company open, and the other way they can destroy the road. So the area that was washed away was experimental roads. We, as the government of South Sudan, based on the contract, we only pay 10%. What you people are hearing in the media that there are billions of dollars, no, it's not true. When the president went to China in 2018, he signed oil for infrastructure. The road is built. Once it is certified by a third party that this road is good, and the certificate of completion is signed, we pay you. Okay? The only crude oil we get to China is the 10%, is less than 40 million. Out of the rest, we will get it unless the road is complete, and we bring a third company to satisfy that, yes, this road is good. So when the rain washes away the road, the engineer, because our Minister of Roads and Bridges, they have engineers. Those engineers, their job, together with the consultant is not from South Sudan, it's from outside South Sudan, engineer from another country, from Europe, that will come and say, okay, now you government, you sign the certificate of completion when this kilometer is finished. There is no certificate signed. Even the bridge to connect Bill Farm to that tarmac, they are working on it. So when they did this experimental part, 4 kilometers tarmac, okay, the rain came, very even washed it away. Now they said, okay, the hydraulic calculation was wrong. Now they have to dig deeper, because the South Sudan soil is different. So now for them to do a tarmac, they have to do at least some meters down, and then they have to do there are some places they have to do a bypass, like what you have in the US, right? The way if you go to New Orleans, in New Orleans is almost like South Sudan, it's very swampy, right? The way the highway is built in New Orleans, this is what the company said, oh, okay, now we are learning. There are these places we need a bypass, a bridge, the bypass. Then when you pass that, you go to a place where you can do a tarmacking on the ground, then you put a lot of value there for the water to pass. You see? So we did not lose any money, because the contract said we are not going to pay you unless the whole 400 kilometers to Rumbek is done. When it's done, we pay you, and then you take it from Rumbek to Wow, and Wow to Bentiu. That is an agreement. I cannot pay you if you don't do the job, right? I cannot give you my money if you did not complete the contract. So as a government, we did not give them anything. We just say, look, Okay, the road is washed out, yeah, and then you change the calculation. And they are doing it now. Vice President Taban, 4 days ago, you saw the SSBC was there. He went and surveyed the bridge. And the Chinese engineer told them, we are going to build a bridge like this. This issue of tarmacking, now, instead of doing the tarmac, they will do the bypass. The highways here in the US, right? You know the highways in the US, the bypass, the bridge. Then they will do it. When they know there is too high water, if there is too much rain, the water will pass, they will do the bypass, then water, it will not affect the road. When they know, okay, there's no agenda, then they can do the tarmacking. That's what they are working on it now.
Thank you, Ambassador, for explaining this. But there are other experience that we have. First, it will be yes or no, so we can speed up time. Did President Kiir give a contract to Chinese and then it was altered by Mayik?
No.
Okay.
Listen, let me explain to you. No, I have to explain for people to understand. Mayik, when he was in the office of the president as the minister, he was the chair of China desk. He was not the one who signed the contract. The contract was signed by the Ministry of Roads, and then people in the finance, and then Ministry of Petroleum, as you saw in the contract. Mayik has no signature. But the role of Mayik in the office of the president is to oversee, to liaise between the institutions, between finance, petroleum, mining, and then brief the president. But he was not a party to the contract. President, when you are a president, it is not your job to negotiate the contract. It's the job of the lawyers of the government. You know that. Even here in the US, it is not the job of Donald Trump to do the job of a lawyer. That's why the White House has a legal counsel. It is the job of the lawyers to negotiate the contract on behalf of South Sudan government. All the details, the terms of the contract are known by the lawyers of the government of South Sudan who negotiated the contract. When the contract was negotiated, we had lawyers were sent to Beijing. They negotiated article by article. Their job is to inform the president we signed the contract. Okay, it is not the job of the president. He has other issues to do. The job of a lawyer is the job of the lawyer. The lawyer, they negotiated it. Okay, and they signed it. The mistake of the lawyers of the Ministry of Roads, not Mayik, because when it comes to technical issues, Mayik is not an engineer. We have more than 29 engineers in the Ministry of Roads and Bridges, together with the minister, who is also an engineer, by the way, and a professor in Juba University. The minister and those engineers, okay, could have informed the president about the technicalities of the issue, although it is the job of the lawyers. Okay, that one did not happen. Even when the president talked, he even asked the others to help him. What was the name? Because it's not it's the job of the lawyers, right? Mayik was only handling the Chinese desk to liaise between the institutions. Okay, the institutions. So now, technically, the technical part of the contract between the lawyers and those engineers were the one who negotiated it. Mayik did not negotiate the contract, but he was the one who was the head of the China desk in the office of the president, being the minister in the office of the president, heading the China desk, right? Okay. Okay, when the president talked, president he even said, you people heard it. He said, I have no problem with Mayik, right? You people heard it. Because why the president said that he didn't have any problem with Mayik? Because he knew Mayik is not an engineer. He was not the lawyer who negotiated the contract. He would not know the details of those terms of the contract. But he said, Mayik is my minister in my office, right? So my minister in my office, if somebody mess up somewhere, I will hold you responsible. Even if you don't do anything. Most leaders, they do that, of course. You work for the leader, right? If I mess up, I didn't do my job, then the X will come on my neck, right? So that's what happened. It's not because Mayik was the one who negotiated the contract or he changed anything. No, it's because at the head of the China desk, President would expect him to brief him, you know, to tell him, okay.
Why he was expired? Why did the president let him go?
Excuse me?
Why did the president let him go? Why did the president fire me?
No, it's not because he did anything wrong, but you know, in any government position, this is a political post, people can be changed. You know, how many times you can be brought in reshuffle out? President himself said, you saw it on SSBC and the video is there, that I removed Mayik not because I have a problem with my brother Mayik. The president said that. I have no problem with my brother Mayik. Completely. You know, but the issue of the road, yeah, Mayik has nothing to do with it, but if you work with me, okay, if you did not tell me that somebody is slapped in California, although you have nothing to do with the killing of George Floyd, I expect you to inform me, right? You're my spokesman. As a Donald Trump in the White House, do you think somebody has to come and tell him? That's why every morning is briefed by intelligence, right? By the CIA, by the Secret Service, what is happening in the world. Okay, if you did not tell me, you did not tell me, as the CIA director, what happened in China, and tomorrow I was shocked in the meeting, I will fire you, just not because you did anything wrong. You know, governance has a lot of issues.
Thank you, Ambassador. Madid Kaje, hold on a little bit. Ambassador, because
yes,
you know, people here are really very, very interested about this. I want to give a credit to a guy here who has just very simple question, because I have it already in my mind, but I want to give him a credit of also bringing it up, so also we can select our viewers their question. There's one guy who has that the contract was given to Chadong or Chanong, you know, this is a Chinese name, and then the contract was altered. Let me read it so I can say it very well, so I cannot say it in the wrong way. Yeah, he said
no. Okay, let me help you.
The
Shandong Nile is Shandong Nile Limited.
And then it was changed to Nile. Why was
it? Was not, the lawyers of South Sudan and the Minister of Roads, I'm answering him. The guy who is talking, he did not read the contract. Me, I have the copy of the contract as a government representative. The contract, when it was signed, Shandong, you people, tell him, let him Google Shandong High Speed and look at the subsidiary. Go to website of Shandong High Speed. The guy who asks the question will get Shandong Nile Limited. In Africa, the subsidiary of Shandong High Speed is Shandong Nile Limited. The same Shandong Nile Limited built 3 highways in Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda. Shandong did the 3. You know, when you are a company in Africa, you are Shandong, but you give a different name. In Europe, the same thing. Just go to website, so you trust me. Go to Google. You Google Shandong High Speed. Read the whole thing, 20 pages with a Google subsidiaries of Shandong, which subsidiary in Africa, which country they are operating, South Sudan, Kenya, is Shandong Nile. Those things, they were mentioned in the contract. But the contract was not negotiated by the president, it was negotiated by the lawyers. You know, some contracts are 400 pages.
Thank you, Ambassador. All of us here went to school. We want to make this interview hard a little bit. You said that the contract is negotiated by lawyers or whoever, not the president. But many presidents supervise the contract because it's a national contract. Did South Sudan president supervise the contract so he can see and he can look at the quality of the road that we are building? Did he do it?
But that's why the president appointed the China desk in his office, right? It's because he wanted to oversee. Like now in the White House, there are people given a specific job. Their job is to advise the president. President appointed there is a China desk in the office of the president. Okay. When we sign the agreement, there is a vice president, Tabandengai, responsible for roads. Then he reports to who? He reports to the president.
Okay.
It is not a job of the president to go and negotiate and do the work of an engineer or a lawyer. No.
Yes, but I'm not.
That's why I can appoint you to go and look at that contract and then brief me.
Thank you, Ambassador. But I'm not talking about the negotiation. Negotiation.
This is what I'm telling. This is what I'm telling you. It's not about negotiation. Even the implementation and then how the road is done. That's why the president, when he came back from China, he created China desk in his office and put the minister in his office to oversee China desk. And before the agreement was signed, he told my friend, yeah, your job as a China desk is to monitor how the Minister of Road and Bridge with the Chinese company, they are building the road. And you brief me.
Ambassador, thank you for that. I will take you to another situation. I went there when the road was built. You know, me and you, we are here in US. I am in Texas. You are in DC, Washington. And you know how the road is built. When I went there, you know, I will just, you know, make up how, I will just explain it because I don't have knowledge how the road is built. But there are things that I've seen when we were in SPLA still being applied in this road, which are completely nonsense. When I went there, I have seen, you know, there's a baramil kabir kide. You know, long time ago when we were in SPLA, we were in a situation whereby some other companies just bring a big baramil and they put it on the road and put dust on it or sand, and cars will pass over and sometimes it will collapse. Believe me, when I went in Juba, I saw this baramil, which is not supposed to be put again because we are building a national road. There is this baramil, temporarily one, is put after you left Juba and you left that bridge, which is going to Bar Al Ghazal. I have already seen this baramil, you know, this tank, which is open, water passes through. I was shocked because what I know, this road that will be built in this way, when we reach to this swamp area, the road will be raised up as a highway. Okay? But these people are not serious. They just put that baramil that water just passes at any time, it should be watched out. What is this?
Okay, I'm not an engineer to answer you correctly, but to tell you what I know, because I went to that road and I came last week. The company is still working on the bridge that connect Bill Farm, because the bridge you are talking about, this is being used now, was built by Ayat company. That bridge will be demolished. Now you are building a big bridge, a modern bridge, to connect with the modern highway, where now they have a different thinking. Given the experience of the rain, they may build a bridge to be a bypass like what you have in the West. I think you are talking about when they were doing the preliminary assessment, because I don't know what month was that. I remember even last year I went in November, before even tarmacking, when they were starting.
I have been corrected. One of my colleagues.
What month did you go? What month?
I went last year in October.
My October, there was no even tarmac.
No,
it was only. This is what I'm. But no, okay. This is what I'm telling you. Tarmacking started in March. Last year there was no tarmac. They were digging. That's why they said they made a wrong calculation in hydraulic. If you want to build a long-lasting tarmac road, you have to dig deep, right? So that you fill the ground maybe 3 meters down with the cement, and then you come up. But in South Sudan, even if you do that and you make a wrong calculation hydraulic, our soil is different. This, for example, if what you can do for an island in Ethiopia, the sandy soil and the soot with South Sudan are not the same. If once you make a wrong calculation hydraulic, then it's wrong. There are places you are from Lake State. There are areas in Lake State you will need a bypass. That's why do we call Lake State lakes? Maybe because there are so many water lakes, right? In Ural, when you go to Ural, how many lakes are there? So when you are going to Ural, are you going to use the bypass or you are going to use the normal tarmac? You will use the bypass like what we have in our New Orleans, because the name Lake State comes from the fact that there are so many lakes in Ural, right? Am I wrong? You have, if you are from Lake State, right?
No, you are right.
Then the way you build the highway will be different. You have to use the bypass, the bridge, because if you just use the tarmac ground, when there's rain, it will be washed out, it will be gone.
Yes.
And your money will be zero.
But Ambassador, actually what I was saying, people already give me a correct name. It's called Kobet, you know? So, because I did not study the road actually. I'm blunt about road building. But people already give me a correct, the way I should call it, actually a Kobet. But you said that the tarmac was not started by then. But before you build the tarmac, there are others preliminary that need to be done. Okay? That need to be done before the tarmac. And those basic that need to be done first, those are the things that I've seen they were wrong. They were just putting what? They were just putting this COVID. And even right now, when it was watch out, guys, I believe you see COVID. You see a COVID plotting, which is totally wrong. Because what I was believing, once they have reached from Juba, and when they reach the outlet of River Nile, it has to be raised to be a highway. So that company was actually playing with mind of South Sudanese. But anyway, your explanation.
Okay. Our Minister of Road and Bridges, who is an engineer, apologized twice to the public. They have more than 28 engineers in the Ministry of Road and Bridges. So because their job, is to address what you are saying, right? The job of the engineers, the ministry, who are South Sudanese, is to make sure that the road is done. We have a plan that, okay, we want this kind of road. Their job is to oversee it and say, okay, no, this is wrong. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt, because we have not yet give any certificate of completion to the Chinese company. And now they are reworking it again, being overseen by Vice President Taban. Now they want to do it, okay, they want to do a bypass, a bridge, complete bridge. Forget all these things and then rework on it. That's fine. Okay? Then we will see. Let us not conclude that we lost them. We did not lose any money because we have not given them anything other than saying that, okay, you have to do it, otherwise we don't pay you, man. That's what is happening in the contract. In any contract, you know that if the work is not done, why would I pay you?
Okay. Yeah. That's also very clear. Another thing, because the road situation is still continue. Before we let you go, Ambassador, today we'll give you headache. Madid, can you bring David Amor in, Nuru, so we can, these people, we need them, bring Amor in.
Okay, then let me go to washroom. Give me a few minutes.
Okay, Ambassador, we'll give you a break. Go to break.
Give me a break. Yeah.
Okay, we'll give you a break. Abraham Madid, bring David Amor in. And guys, the question I want to ask was that, this road contract, the road contract.
David Amor, I sent the link to your inbox, David. If you can see that, you can come.
Nuri, you are highly welcome. And actually, Nuri, I will give you this question because it's very good. We need to ask Ambassador, when the government of South Sudan signed the contract with Chinese, why South Sudanese employees are not considered to work together with Chinese? Because in any country that when a contract comes, South Sudanese have to be considered as a part of employment. But I don't see that. When Chinese come, they have to be the one working themselves. Why the government allowed this? But it's a long question, but if anybody know how to put it, so my audience can understand the question, that will be awesome. Because I'm really upset when I see Chinese working themselves in our soil and South Sudanese don't have jobs, I'm very upset about that. You know.
Do you want me to comment on that?
Uh, well, you can comment on that, or I want ambassador. I was looking for ambassador to come and say it, but because you are not in Juba, this is the government. This question is going to a government, or a more can answer it, or Gordon. But if there's a good way you can pre-praise it, you can go ahead. Because actually, I'm tired of asking questions.
Yeah, I think it would be a good idea to have the two ambassadors to comment on this, and because if I can comment on it, I would comment on it
Yeah, I'm trying to get Ambassador
based on
online, guys.
based on the argument which has been raised by many African human rights groups, based on the argument which have been raised by many African who are living in the West. That argument has been raised before you and I were born. That uh, uh, isolating African educated, competent young population from labor market and auctioning out contract that would employ many young African is not a moral thing to do. That argument has been raised many times, but in this context, it would be a very important question to be put to the two ambassadors, whether they would make a case that many young educated South Sudanese are not marginalized uh, from participating in the labor market or from uh, participating in this contract as far as employment is concerned. It would be interesting how they would be able to respond. But the question has been raised many times. The question of auctioning out job that could be seen as for many young African people. So if they are going to come back, it would be a good idea because you're asking a question that many people have been asking, many journalists have been asking, and many academicians have been asking, and many people from African perspective, from African background who happen to live in the West, they have been asking this question many times. South Sudan is the youngest country, and many people were hoping that South Sudan would be doing things differently, would be moving away from this kind of traditional um, hiring or favoring foreigners over indigenous people. So you're asking a very essential question, and I think I hope the question will not gag them. I hope they would be frank enough to either say that South Sudanese who are living in the country are not marginalized from benefiting from this contract, or South Sudanese are indeed marginalized from getting employment from this contract because of the following reason. So I would I would let the ambassadors comment, and then I would
I'm back,
maybe
right?
to that.
Mm.
Ambassador, welcome back. Welcome back. Yes. Go ahead, Nuru. Once
I
you
thank
finish,
you.
then Ambassador will also take over the question.
Um, uh, so if you heard me, I
Hold,
was saying
hey,
that.
by the way, I'm sorry, Nuri. Hold on. Madid, bring DR Deng. So, because I cannot give him
No,
the.
DR Deng, I sent him a link. DR Deng, please, I sent you a link at site. I tried to call him too, and he cannot answer his call.
Okay,
DR Deng, if you listen, I sent you a
okay.
link.
Bring a more than. So, go ahead, Nuri.
Yes, I
Yeah,
was saying,
Ambassador, I'm here. I will send him a link, and I'm trying to train him how to join the show.
Okay.
yeah, I was saying that the argument, the question has been raised by many human rights groups and by many African civil societies and by many journalists before you and I were born. Now, we're very lucky that we have the government official here, and we have the ambassador here, and we have somebody who is speaking on behalf of the government from the practical standpoint, in which I think it would be a good idea to either accept that indeed South Sudanese people who are educated are not benefiting from the contract, or to say that they are benefiting from the contract which are being contracted to Chinese companies. So after that, then I would be happy to make my remarks.
Thank you, Bill. I mean, Nuri. Billy, I just try to say Nuri, and I mentioned your name because you are a celebrity now on Facebook. Thank you for coming.
No problem. I appreciate the opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you. Ambassador, the question.
Yeah, I'm so glad to see Gordon Bauy, my best friend, Gordon Bauy.
Oh, okay. So the best
Good to
friend.
see you too, Nuri. Yeah.
But you are not here to help Gordon Bauy. You are here to ask him questions. Ambassador Billy,
Okay.
Ambassador is here since, but Ambassador did very well. He have answered some questions very well. Ambassador, if you, the question was asked about the employment. South Sudanese give contract to Chinese companies, but South Sudanese young people, the graduates, are not employed. Why this happen?
Look, let me answer it this way, because what my brother said that South Sudanese are not employed, I don't know where he got his statistics. I don't know what he's referring to. If we talk about Shandong High Speed Nile Limited, there are local engineers they employed, around 56. The people who are driving these construction trucks are South Sudanese. The labor workers are South Sudanese. South Sudanese is still Chinese. They have in this Bargazan road 112 by Chinese engineers. South Sudanese, they have around 50 something engineers, local engineers that they employed. Employment of South Sudanese was part of the contract. Okay, because the money is from us. Okay, what you people know, you are in the West. What is the benefit of investment? Is to employ you people, right? It's
Right.
not only that you tax them.
Yeah.
If you people are not part of the investment, they are not being employed. What the hell are you going to do? You cannot do that. It was part of the contract when the president ordered the lawyers and the engineer to go and sign the contract with the Chinese company. It was put as one of the terms of the contract that there was to be certain percentage of South Sudanese employed in that road. Okay, we have a law, and my brother, I think, knows that very well. Even that law existed even before we were independent. And we borrow it from 1970s when we had the regional government. Any company from our side that is going to South Sudan, before you are registered by the Ministry of Legal Affairs, you have to have a local company with you in order for you to be registered, is the first condition. The second, when you start work, for example, this road construction is a big contract, by the way, because it is how many kilometers? If it goes to Wow and thousands of kilometers, people doing the labor work, engineers, water. Me, I have pictures because I went and saw myself what they are doing. It's a huge company. Before that, it is not only South Sudan, but all the Africans. And we learn from other Africans that when you are dealing with the Chinese, you have to be very vigilant. Why? Chinese have over 1.5 billion population. And if you are not smart, they may try to bring labor from China. If you allow Chinese to do that, then how will you employ your people? Before that contract was signed, our government, our lawyers, and our engineers, they had that in mind. That was the reason they put in the contract that, look, you, the Chinese company, this is not a Chinese money. By the way, one of the countries in East Africa that do not borrow from China is South Sudan. We have no loan completely from China. Ethiopia at $15 billion loan from China. All the highways you see in Ethiopia are built by Chinese Chinese banks. But in South Sudan, we say no. Our president came with the idea of oil for infrastructure. We have the resources. So if you have the resources, why do you go and take loan? It doesn't make sense, right? And then you punish the next generation to go and pay? No, and you have the resources. By the way, it's a good idea. Now, what I'm coming, this idea of employing South Sudanese in the construction companies, the contract we give the Chinese, it is already there. South Sudanese are being employed. I answer this question. If it is another Chinese company, okay, my brother should tell me which one. On the question of the Shandong, it is addressed. But if there's another question, Chinese company, you would have to tell me.
Ambassador, can I interject there?
I like your answer, Ambassador, because you are also educating us. So I hope you're not taking us because there's a lot of complaint, Ambassador. There's a lot of complaint that South Sudanese don't give employment to young graduate in Kampala, graduate in Nairobi, graduate in all Africa, in East Africa. There's a lot of complaint. I believe you even hear. There's a lot of complaint. Young people are complaining in Juba that the government of South Sudan don't employ them. That's why I had this question. I have a question to you. Why
my brother, let me tell you, I agree. I agree. But listen, the expectations and the reality are different. Okay, we since 2013 we have been at war as a country. All of us accepted this. When we have been at war, the investment from the foreign investment was not there. That was the reason the country you are living in, the United States, they stopped all the money for the project and they turned them to humanitarian assistance, right? The highway between South Sudan and the Numla highway was built by the American money, you know that, George Bush, right? When the war broke out, President Obama canceled all the projects, all the money they used to train the SPLA, building roads, health, whatever. The only thing they returned last year was agriculture, the food security money. They said, okay, from humanitarian, now we are putting money in food security. The rice in Bar El Ghazal, the American and the Canadian, they are putting money there because they want to see food security, right? The government of South Sudan, given our economic situation, you already know it. Okay, the investors that are coming, which investors? Because if you are a government and you don't employ your youth, okay, this youth, they will be headed to you. If you don't give employment to youth, as a government, it's a danger to you. The government is aware of it. But sometimes you don't blame a government that is coming out of war. That's why we are saying the peace that is signed, if we implement it and we return to war, then we will attract investment and then we employ our people. All right?
Okay, Ambassador, what about okay, you have challenged me on that condition of job. So you agree that with those contracts that we give to China, they employ South Sudanese, and that's when you mention engineers and people driving trucks. Okay, that's fine. But let me ask you, there are also within Juba.
Gol, can I interject there, please?
Okay.
I would like you to direct Ambassador Gordon Bauy to answer the question of how South Sudan was actually sanctioned by the African Union and other union membership. I would like you to actually divert attention to that particular diplomatic concern, you know.
Really,
that's the main topic that we would like to concentrate on.
Really, you're sleeping again. We did that already. It's 11.
I'm not sleeping. Please, I think that is too much. Let Ambassador rest over there on those. You are grilling him too much on that.
No, you're checking Ambassador.
No, African Union, I already addressed it.
You already finished.
Oh, you already addressed it?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, I wasn't here by then.
So also,
all right.
Okay. Ambassador, okay. You know I would want this video to be watched in Juba. But the reason why I said that this question is actually very important for people who have been employed under the many ministries. There is so many conditions facing South Sudanese that working with government. The people in the high office are paid, and there's some local employees. It have to took them 3 months, 2 months, 1 month to be paid. Why they are not paid? And South Sudan, the reason why we fight is equality. There is no way Ambassador Boy cannot be paid, and I, somebody who employed to take people to the airport, cannot be paid. Why this happen? Even in your embassy, some youth were not paid some years back. Why this happen, Ambassador?
Okay, this is a too general question. Let me start with the embassy because now you are accusing me directly of not paying people. No? Now, I don't understand.
Clean yourself, Ambassador.
No, because I'm part of the embassy. When you said that there are people not paid, I
Yes.
don't think that is true. The only thing which is true
It is a
is the
government, Gordon Boy, not you personally.
Not you
no,
personally.
I agree.
All
I
right.
agree. But the local staff that we laid off, we paid them. But at the time we did not pay them, it was a real situation. Even myself, I was not paid because of the war, the money was late. You know that. It's not a secret that we have 6 months without payment, right? It's not a secret. People, you have relatives in Juba that will tell you, yes, the government civil servant have not been paid for 6 months because of the situation I explained before about the oil crash. There's no money coming from the oil. So even the situation you're talking about, I think it was 2017. But those local, the local staff, we took care of them. They were paid. But it's still the situation, prevailing economic situation that we are facing because there is no money from the oil, is facing everybody in South Sudan. And that one is not a secret that we have 5 months without payment. It's true. There's
Thank you,
nothing we could do. Yeah.
Ambassador, thank you. But when I hear something, Ambassador, it's not personally you, it's the
No,
government
no,
of
it's
South
not personal. It's okay. I like this conversation because we are clearing the air, and
Right.
then any question is very important so that you listen from our response. What is this? Because of course, the South Sudan is for all of us, right? The government and those who are citizens, and those in the government they work for you, so they
That's
have
right.
to answer your question.
Thank you, Ambassador. So what I will do right
Okay.
now, I'm done. I will give floor to other people to ask questions. So Nuru is here. Nuru, go ahead, because it will be lined up.
Okay. Now, I want to really thank Lagos State Media. I'm somebody who believes in media such as Lagos State. So that's why whenever there is a very essential topic with prominent guests, such as the ambassador, I know many people may have different views about him, but nonetheless, he's somebody who is working for the welfare of the country and for the welfare of the people. But of course, people may have different opinion. Not all government officials are well loved. Some government official will not be well loved. Some government official would be hated. But it doesn't deter him from doing what he believes is the right thing. So I just want to acknowledge that. I want to clarify the statement that I was making earlier on. I want to reassure you, Ambassador, that I wasn't making any statement that the government is not employing people. I was raising or bringing the question that has been raised by many African, including you, that companies or foreign companies, they tend to marginalize indigenous people and employ their own people. So I wasn't answering that the young people in South Sudan are not being employed. In fact, I want to make a public statement that I listened to Minister of Road and Bridges making a statement early on that he was happy to hear that or to see that many drivers who are driving these machineries that are now working for the road development, that none of them they happen to be indigenous people. They happen to be South Sudanese people who are driving these machineries that are contracting roads. So that's a good beginning. That's a good sign. So I just want to clarify that I wasn't making any statement that people are being marginalized. But it was a good idea to hear from the horse mouth, as you have stated clearly. So please, I wasn't making that statement. I was trying to understand from the horse mouth, as you have stated. Now, here are my two concerns. I know you have addressed the issue of the African Union early on, but it doesn't prevent me from asking the what I would think is a legitimate question. We have just come out of war in South Sudan, and my concern would be uh, uh, listening to President of Egypt and listening to the concern of Ethiopian government and the issue of natural resources, which is now overshadowing the future of South Sudan as far as regional conflict or country or state-to-state conflict might be concerned. My question would be, or my concern would be, do you think these natural resource that is so important to Egyptians, so important to South Sudanese people, and so important to the Republic of South Sudan, and so important to Ethiopia developments and livelihood? And what I'm referring here as a natural resource is the water in the Nile that is becoming a contentious commodity, natural commodity. Do you think if this dispute over this water is not being managed very carefully, do you think that our country would actually be a battlefield between the two countries that believe that they have military might, that they might be testing their muscles to in the territory of South Sudan or in the airspace of South Sudan? Do you think this may be likely that there would be a state-to-state conflict between Egypt and Ethiopia, and that the territory of South Sudan or airspace of South Sudan would be used as a battlefield, as a battleground? Do you think this would be a likelihood that it can happen? Another question,
Where
because
do you wish
I will be
the
asking two questions and
battleground?
then I will stop there because there are many people. So that's one question. That's one concern, and I think it's a legitimate concern to many people, given the fact that South Sudan is already a country that is already involved in its own conflict. So it cannot afford to have two mighty countries testing their muscles uh, inside the territory of South Sudan or over the airspace of South Sudan. That's one. Another thing here is it's a domestic question, and it's a question that is closer to me, very dearly to my heart. That uh, the uh, the agreement, revitalized agreement, which has now given the alliance people, opposition, we have forged alliance, has given the Greater Jonglei State to be given to the SOA. Do you think there would be difficulty of having a SOA governor taking charge of the largest state and understanding local population, understanding indigenous conflict, traditional conflict? As you have known, the Greater Jonglei or Jonglei State is a state that is prone to very active violence. Do you think a governor from SOA would be competent enough, would be able enough to mediate conflict which is now or which has been happening in the Jonglei State? So that's second part of it. I think I will leave the human right question with regard to what happened tragedy that happened over in the Lake State later on, if I get a chance. But it is also a very important concern that I would not want to raise that sensitive issue now. But if you can comment on those two questions, I would really appreciate, Ambassador. And I want to appreciate you, Brother Ball and Brother Madid, for bringing the Ambassador to share his perspective and to tell us as the somebody who is coming from the side of the government.
Thank you, Nuru. Thank you. Thank you, Nuru. Before Ambassador jump on that question, you came late. All those questions we have already.
No, I can answer them. It's okay.
Go ahead, Ambassador. Go ahead.
Those Donning, brother asked two important questions on Brother Nuri. Brother Nuri, a lot of our compatriots and the citizens, as I said earlier, the social media has become a very dangerous weapon, a weapon of distortion. There are things that are written which are not facts. South Sudan and those who are now running the affairs of South Sudan, who are the leaders of South Sudan, there is no way that we can emerge from the war in the process of implementing the peace, and then we allow our territory to be a theater of regional warfare. Why would you do that? First of all, we have no border with Egypt, right? We have a border, a long border, at least it is 1,300 kilometers with Ethiopia. From Maban to eastern Equatoria is the border of Ethiopia. We share ethnic groups with Ethiopia. We have Koma in South Sudan, there is a Koma in Ethiopia. We have Nuer in South Sudan, there are Nuer in Ethiopia. We have Majengar, we have, when you go to say the southern tribe in Ethiopia, we have them in eastern Equatoria. There are Jie with Ethiopia. We share more than 7 tribes with Ethiopia, and we have a border with them, which means that insecurity in Ethiopia is also insecurity in South Sudan. Okay? The eastern part of South Sudan will not be stable if Ethiopia is not stable. What is called, sometimes that's why people need to, I know you are very good intellectual, you understand the regional, international politics when it comes to national interest. And then national interest when it comes to bilateral interest. Egypt, okay, before we even became independent, brother Nouri, the first crash, the first problem of the Nile water created a war in South Sudan because of Jonglei, before the Ethiopian dam. We took up arms because of Jonglei Canal, one of the causes of the war, right? So, in the history of the Horn of Africa, Jonglei Canal created a war in Sudan that led to the independence of South Sudan. Who wanted the water is Egypt. It was Egypt that wanted the Jonglei to be dug so that the South Betana Dekul is one area, the Nile will be straight, the water will flow to Egypt. We said no. It will bring environmental problem. We took up arms. The Numeria agreed. Our people said no. And the war took us how many years? 21 years until we signed the agreement and South Sudan is independent. Now, what is the next issue? Is Ethiopia relation dam. Are we free of these issues when it comes to building dams? No. We have a fuller dam. In 2011, when we became independent, we talked to Norwegian to help us to fund the building of fuller dam. Before Ethiopian thought about renewing dam, Norwegian said, we will give you $500 million because fuller dam is a smaller scale compared to the Ethiopian Renaissance dam. When Egypt came, the American told them, this one will not affect you. Here is the feasibility study. when they tried to talk nonsense, generators or my generators, they were defeated. They said, okay, go ahead. Then they said, okay, you know, the rivers in Greater Barghazal, going to Unity State, going to Jonglei, the tributary, they have too much river icing. And this wheat and all this, we will clear them to flow. We said, okay, do it. Because we know they will not stop this swamp area. It was South Sudan before that. Let us be honest. Because there are Junubin, they don't know the history of events. When Fula Dam was not built, it was not because of the Egyptian, it was because we went to war in 2013. And the Norwegians said, no, we are not giving you money. You are at war. The project will not go. Then Ethiopian decided they want to build the dam. Okay? When we talk, all the negotiation, we know very well, all the negotiation of the Nile, South Sudan is one of the countries of the Nile, including Uganda, Burundi, Rwanda, anybody, they are party to that. How many times the negotiation collapsed? All the countries united against Egypt, including South Sudan. Before even Ethiopia decided, and then now it is Sudan and Egypt, and the rest are only observers. Because now it affects only the Blue Nile flow. The issue of the Nile, when we talk about the riparian states is not Egypt and Sudan and Ethiopia, including South Sudan, Uganda, Burundi, Rwanda, and Congo. Anybody that has a tributary of the Nile is part of the riparian state. Okay? That's why we said, technically, they said 80% of the Nile water comes from Blue Nile in Ethiopia and 20% from the White Nile. And White Nile is passing through where? Through South Sudan. So if we are building a dam, the same situation that Ethiopia will come to us, but we resolve it when the Norwegian Americans say, no, the fuller dam is not affecting you, the Egyptian. There is no way, if Egypt, okay, that is a misconception. Even Egyptian, they are not talking the way, this social media. Egypt agreed that Ethiopia has the right to build the dam. Where did the disagreement come from? It's a technical issue. How many years it will take to fill the Renaissance Dam? Ethiopia said, we will start during the rainy season this year, 1 month from now in July. When it is rainy season, we fill it. When it is a dry season, we stop. Then in 3 years, we fill it. Egypt said, no, let it be 7 years. Who is negotiating it? Trump administration. Mnuchin, the Secretary of Treasury, is the head of negotiation. Mike Pompeo, 3 months ago, went to Addis and told the Prime Minister, you sign this. Prime Minister said, no, I will not sign 7 years. I will sign an agreement with 3 years to fill it. We will fill it during the rainy season because the volume of rain in Ethiopia is too high. That's why Sudan has floods every year. So the water that goes to Sudan that flood, we use it for the dam. Nothing will affect Egypt. That is the argument to Ethiopia. There is no argument why Ethiopia should not have a dam. Egypt did not say Ethiopia should not have a dam. They did not say that. Let us be honest. Only that how many years it would take for Ethiopia to fill the dam. Egyptian assessment saying 7, Ethiopia said no, 3. America will find a solution to that. They are not going to war. Okay, you know, some people, they just talk. They don't know the military terms. Let us the worst case scenario. Egypt wants to fight Ethiopia. They don't need the South Sudan as a military base. You are an intellectual. Egypt does not need South Sudan as a military base. They have regional missiles. They have, do you know how many F-6? Do you know the United States in Camp David agreement, a year they give Egypt $1.5 billion? And most of that donation is in terms of military weapons. They have 110 F-16, American-made F-16. The F-16 can take off if Sudan refuses to give them airspace, and the Eritrea, they can go to the Red Sea. You know how when in 1976, the Entebbe raid, when Israel decided to raid Entebbe to release their hostage that were hijacked, the plane, the French plane that was hijacked by the Palestinians, took into Entebbe. You know how which airspace they want? Of course, Sudan cannot give them airspace. Egypt will not do. Ethiopia will not do. They fly low through the Red Sea. Until they went to Uganda, they fought the airport, they took and they released, and then they took off. Egypt does not need South Sudan airspace. Because for them to go to South Sudan, they have to pass through Sudan. They can use their own way. If they don't want to use the rockets to destroy the dam, they can just pass through Red Sea, through Somalia, and then they go. Because F-16 can fly for 6 hours before you refuel it. Okay? Militarily, if Egyptians want to attack, if they want to go to war. But there is no way the United States and the Western world will allow Egypt and Ethiopia to go to war. Because it will create a lot of crisis for the region. Those who are writing that South Sudan is giving base to Egyptian military, we know them as the government by name, even their address in America and Canada, we know. These are just saboteurs who want to create nonsense propaganda. Think Ethiopia is there, not stupid. They have an army in Abyei, 3,000 Ethiopian force under the Ethiopian general. The one in the Joint Evaluation Commission of the IGAD is run by Ethiopian General Mola. They have intelligence. They know these allegations are not true.
Thank you.
But there are South Sudanese diaspora who are doing this negative propaganda. We know them. Fake news, of course.
Thank you, Ambassador. I believe, because I'm controlling the show, Nuru, you took too long when you asked your question, but I believe you have been answered very well, right?
Yes, I think I would stop here. Ambassador has answered that question beautifully and comprehensively. So the other question, I would just leave it to the other panel to ask. There was a question about whether or not a governor from SOA would be able to create...
No, it's a good question.
Okay, yes, the question.
Okay.
Make the question to be
your question.
Go ahead.
Hello? What with you?
Okay.
No, it's me. Let me answer the SOA question. The SOA question. Yeah, Doctor, you come up. Let me answer the SOA question.
I know.
The SOA question.
Give him a chance to ask because he have not yet asked, but I want him to be short.
No, Nuri already asked the issue of SOA because he's saying people have concern if SOA is given, if a Jongle is given to SOA, so will SOA bring somebody who is from the area that will understand the situation? His question is very important, by the way, given the situation we have now. By the way, Jongle in Great Upper Nile, Jongle is like a liver. You know, when the liver has problem, it will affect the kidney, the rest of the body. This is like Jongle. All the rebellion we had in 2013, they started Jongle is the problem. Okay? We know this liver called Jongle, if we don't get the treatment to stabilize that liver, then we have a problem as a government, because all the cattle wrestling, you have seen now the Nuer and the Dinkabur, they went to revenge attack against the Murle. Now, SOA will bring somebody from Jongle. If they are going to bring Nuer guy, they will bring Nuer guy from Jongle. They cannot bring somebody who is not from Jongle, right? Then the Nuer guy from Jongle will be deputized by the government. And the first priority is to bring peace between the communities, the three communities, the Murle. Okay? Murle have their own administrative area, but still they are part of Jongle. The Dinkabur, the Greater Bor, the Greater Bor, and the Nuer, including Law and Gawer and those of Fanjak, Greater Fanjak, and the Murle, the biggest insecurity is a cattle rustling that even goes to Upper Nile. Not only Upper Nile, even to Ethiopia. The Murle, they even go, 4 days ago, they went and kidnapped kids in Ethiopia, in Gambela. Okay? So now, our biggest problem as a government, how do you stop this cattle rustling so that communities will have peace? And they will not even go and cross the international border. Because if our own tribe cross the international border, they kidnap Ethiopian kids, it becomes international issue. Okay? Murle can even agree bring a war between South Sudan and Ethiopia unintentionally. Like what they did when they went and kidnapped kids from Gambela. 2 Ethiopian battalions had to cross the border to say that we are looking for our kids. If we say no, it could have the regional a war between us and Ethiopia. So, are you listening, right?
Yes.
Hello?
Everybody is listening.
Yes, we are listening, sir.
Yes, but you froze.
You are listening, right? No, I'm coming back. So,
He froze. He froze.
You go ahead if you cannot listen to us.
Yeah, he exit and he's coming. Audience, please. Oh, he's here. He's here. He's here. He is here.
Yeah, the cattle wrestling in Jonglei is not only insecurity in Jonglei. It can bring regional conflict.
Bol, what?
And we want to find a solution.
Appearing twice in your video, by the way.
What?
I'm appearing twice. My picture is all over your video.
You are appearing twice. You are appearing twice because one is up and one is in the lobby. So one in the lobby.
Oh, okay.
To click to bring you. So you are okay.
Understand. Okay.
I think I answered what you know, right?
Ambassador, go ahead. Ambassador, sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, what I said, David, on issue with Jonglei, we have a security problem on cattle wrestling in Jonglei, and if we don't address that, it can even bring us a regional conflict. Last time, 2 years ago, Murle went and kidnapped children in Ethiopia. 4 days ago, they did it again. Okay, last time the Ethiopian had to violate the South Sudan sovereignty to cross to our border. They're looking for the kids. We said, okay, come and see the situation we are going through. We had a war. We had no choice. We, as a government, we are determined to address that problem because that problem can create a regional crisis. If our tribe is crossing the border and kidnapping Ethiopian children, it is our problem as a government. It's no longer the problem of that tribe. So, to answer our brother Nuri, the government will address, because Jonglei, our slogan, we said in Greater Apana, Jonglei is like a liver. If something wrong in the liver, the whole body will not function.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nuru. I believe your question is answered very well by Ambassador. So now, we will give a chance to Billy, but Billy, we need to make it short. So we have to squeeze the time because we have also
absolutely
a show coming up. We have a fundraising today for our sister in Nairobi. So you guys know all. So we need to make time valuable. So go ahead, please.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Hoss, Bol Makur Ashien, for the opportunity. It is actually a pleasure and honor to be here. I've been away for some time, and this is the week that I joined the forum today. All of you know that I'm a regular contributor to the Lagos State media, and it is a pleasure today to see my my comrade and my best friend, Ambassador Gordon Bauy, a long time since 2012 that we never have any personal contact, and having conversation. So a long time, and it is a pleasure to have you on the show today. We are all excited to see you here as our ambassador representing South Sudan in the diplomatic channel. So thank you very much for being here with us, and we have listened to your contribution today, and a lot of people are actually commenting down there, feeling very excited to see the government representative here. We also see Comrade David Amor, also one of the diplomats, I guess somewhere in Uganda, Kampala. Thank you for being here with us today as well. And my fellow contributor, regular contributor to the Lagos State media, Nuri and Dr. Ding Ding. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, to be here. And the audience. So not to waste time, I would want to go straight to the topic. I just want to ask some few questions since we are running out of time. So my first question is actually going directly to the our ambassadors, Gordon Bauy and David Amor. My first question is, why is the government so reluctant in the current intercommunal violence in the country? Why is the government not taking any action to try to intervene and try to break up all these tribal conflict in the country? Why is the government so reluctant? Since it is actually the responsibility of the government to make sure they provide security and protection to the property and the life of the civil population in the country. So I would want you to answer that question on behalf of the government. The second question is also is about the current military tension between Ethiopia and Egypt. Mr. Ambassador, I'm not satisfied with the way you have answered Nuri's question because for the last week, Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Dr. Ahmed, has been threatening South Sudan with the bellicose language, and I don't know why. So you are actually here, actually trying to dismiss or deflect the question that there is no threat. There's no existential threat against South Sudan in case of Ethiopia and Egypt, pertaining to the military tension. So why was the Prime Minister of Ethiopia actually threatening South Sudan, and why is Ethiopia actually busy mobilizing the military reserve and deploying them along the borders of South Sudan? There is a question. Maybe South Sudan might have actually given a basis to Egyptian military. We don't know that. You have to clarify it as an ambassador. The other question is going to, I don't know whether you might have been following me on social media. I did a couple of live video myself because I'm an activist. And I did a couple of videos regarding that particular concern, military tension between Ethiopia and Egypt. So in my live video, my concern as a South Sudanese is the fact that we don't want South Sudan to be used as a launching ground to launch a military strike against Ethiopia. It is not in our interest, having made some statistical survey on the social media of the public opinion of South Sudanese. So we don't want to see South Sudan as a launching pad against Ethiopia. Second to that, I think we as South Sudanese can sympathize with Ethiopia to actually go ahead and construct the Renaissance Dam because it is their right to actually utilize their natural resources for the benefit of their people. Second to that, we South Sudanese have a potential interest also to build our own dams. And you have answered earlier, Gordon Bauy, that the Pulla hydroelectric dam has been constructed. I'm not sure whether that project was actually completed or accomplished so far. And my question is whether that project is actually already completed and that if it is actually operational right now. So thank you very much.
Okay.
I don't want to go further. I have a lot of questions ahead, but just to minimize time, I can just stop there.
For the
Thank
time
you very
you
much.
asked 3 questions. 2 questions, they are connected. Ethiopia, dam, and then Fuller. And then the other one about disarmament, and then this tribal and sectional conflict going on. Let me start with the last 2 to make it short because we are running out of time.
Thank you.
I don't know. The foreign minister of Ethiopia was in South Sudan last week. Maybe you are following the media. There is nothing like that. Ethiopia knows very well South Sudan is not hosting Egypt or anything. There is no military base. In the social media, don't rely that much in social media because there are so many fake news. The reason why I'm giving you, I'm talking to you. I grew up in Ethiopia as a part of the liberation struggle. I finished high school in Addis. I studied Amharic up to grade 12. I read and write. I follow Ethiopian news. If you go to real Ethiopian media, the government, there is no accusation about against the South Sudan. That one is not there. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia was in South Sudan last week. Nothing like that. Social media has a lot of fake news, and don't believe the fake news. Okay, Ethiopian, they have intelligence. If there is a Ethiopia, it will give base to Egypt to attack Ethiopia. There are mechanisms they will do. One, they will raise it in bilateral discussion. Number 2, they will raise it with African Union. There are mechanisms they will raise it up. That one is not true. Fuller Dam, I talked about it before. Last time in 2011, Fuller Dam was about to be built. Then with the donation from Norway. When the war broke out in 2013, Norway stopped the funding. That's why there is no Fuller Dam. It's not because the project should not be done. It's because the donors, after the war, they withdrew their money. Then coming to disarmament.
Ambassador, may I interject there? But it appears that we are told that it was the Egyptian that interfered with the progress of the construction of the Pula Dam?
No, you are told by who?
That's what we are told from South Sudan.
So, the government who told you? No, look, don't give me propaganda. When you are told, you have to back it up with evidence. Do you know how much the project would have cost? Financially, with money. For you to finish the Fuller Dam, how much does it need?
Well, we have the money to do that, let alone rely on the foreign relation.
Because you are running out of time. This Fuller Dam issue, 80% of money could have come from Norway. They stop it.
Well, Ambassador, this is what we are told. We are told that it was the Egyptian that interfered with the construction of the Fuller Dam.
Look, man, you are interrupting our civilized conversation.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Gordon Bauy.
If you want to argue, then privately later you call me. You know how to reach me. Okay. Now let me go back to disarmament. Okay. The peace agreement. You know, the people of Lake States, because this media is a Lake State media, right?
Yes, but
the government. No, there's a point I want to make.
Okay, go ahead, Ambassador.
Last month, we made a selective attempt of disarmament in Lake State when the sectional conflict reached Rumbek. You people of Lake, you know that. Because Luke brought it up why we are not disarming people. Most of the forces of the government and the IO, they are in training. When we send forces to stabilize Rumbek and do selective, what do I mean by selective disarmament? Is that with the situation we are, you cannot disarm everybody in Lake State, the new Lake State, including Ural, that is bordering Unity State, if you cannot provide them security. Because if you disarm people in Lake State and you are not disarming people in Unity State, Unity State will come and take the cattle of Lake State?
Exactly.
Common sense. Come on. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to figure it out. Our government said, look, any disarmament has to be comprehensive. You cannot disarm the people of Lake State without disarming Unity State, because one state will take advantage. They will go and loot the cattle. We have been talking 3 weeks ago, people that were criminal cattle rustlers from Bulnuer who went and took cattle from Apuk. Now let us, Nagapuk were disarmed. They cannot protect themselves, and you do not disarm Bull. What sense does it make if you cannot give protection at this government to people that are Apuk, and there are criminals from neighboring state that will come and take the cattle? It doesn't make sense. Disarmament must be comprehensive, and it has to be strategic. You need to study it. Okay, if you want to disarm, we have to be comprehensive disarmament, because the cattle rustling there is not only in Jonglei, Jama. Between Lake State and Unity State, there is cattle rustling. Between Warab and Unity State, there is cattle rustling.
That's
okay? Right?
Absolutely.
If you want to do disarmament, you need to do a study, proper study, because you cannot disarm people of Lake State, Apak Dale who are bordering, Newer Dale Fita, Nyong. You disarm them, those criminals from Nyong will come and take their cattle. So you have to be strategic. The real disarmament will come when we unify the army, as Luke is asking. Once you unify the army, and then we said, okay, how do we disarm our civil population? That will be the next step. Thank you.
Okay, Comrade Bol, can I add another question? I forgot.
Okay, go ahead, Billy, but your question should be short. You and Nuru.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't want to be long.
You guys to J1, so that's where you guys have to be. Okay. Go ahead.
Anyway, thank you very much. I just want to make a little comment about the killing of Karbino Wol. It is something.
Billy.
No, wait. I want to ask a question. There's a reason why I'm bringing this up, because this has already been discussed. I understand. Karbino, the death of Karbino Wol has been justified because he declared himself to be a rebel. So I'm not here to question the motive why he was actually being killed, because he declared himself as a rebel leader, right? But what I want to ask Ambassador or the representative of the government here is the fact that I have seen the families of this deceased person complaining that their bodies are not being given to them so that they can be
I already answered that
so
before,
that they
right?
can be buried. So that's my
Goldie,
concern. Is it true that the government is actually not actually trying to hand over the corpses to the
No,
family?
we did not refuse. But look, let me answer it. And I want to repeat myself. The government did not refuse to give the bodies, the dead bodies, to their families. We are human beings. What kind of a government will say somebody who is already dead, I don't give you the bodies? Come on, guys.
Well, this is what is actually trending on the media.
This is
Go ahead.
very dangerous. This is a very dangerous negative social media propaganda against our government, and the people driving this negative propaganda are rebels, diaspora rebels. To be honest with you, that's why sometimes some of us we lose temper and we say this diaspora rebel, shoot them, because they are denying the truth. You know, there is nothing. Somebody died. What are you going to do with the body? Common sense. Either you are a nylon, you can nurawi dinkawi, or either you show wala win wala bahari. Somebody died. What are you going to do with the body?
Ambassador, I'm with you. I'm on your side. But sometimes I know you studied law, I believe that, right? I studied criminal justice, and we should be realistic sometime when we present ourselves in the public.
Listen, what I'm saying is this. We are in pandemic. Do you know half of our government were infected by corona?
I know.
Because of a little mistake. Our minister, they went to the burial, but Walino, and one guy in the plane was a corona positive and infected everybody. Okay. Now, if there are rules, health rule imposed in Juba, if we give you the body and you go and bury that body in let's say, for example, Lagos State. Okay, the people who will be going, we need their name, give them to Minister of Health, they will be tested. Because of our capacity, one test, ya Jama, for you to get the result of your test, whether you are negative or positive or corona, it takes 10 days in Juba. Because of capacity of our laboratory, right?
I understand. We understand.
When you tell Junubin that you are waiting for the test, they don't believe in it. Yeah, okay, because you know there are some people who they already made up their mind. Anything from the government, wallahi, Lord Jesus Christ come, they will not believe it. Even if Jesus Christ come and say the government is right, they will say no, you Jesus, you are wrong. So what are we going to do about it? People must wait for them to be tested. You are the family member. Okay, Mr. X is going to be buried where? Here. If the Mr. X is going to be buried here, those who are going must be tested by the Ministry of Health, whether they are free of corona or not. Yajama, if corona reach the village, our people are going to survive?
No.
Do we want a corona genocide in South Sudan? We are talking about war. There is a corona genocide. What health capacity do we have if we allow corona to reach our village?
No health capacity.
Yes, you have a common sense.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Billy. And thank you for asking a hard question to Ambassador. Ambassador, I want you also to relax because so many questions are coming to you. For instance, what are you doing to address the recent incident that happening in Chicago?
Okay, good question. A committee was set up under the Ministry of Justice. With the committee, the investigation is there. When the investigation is finished, we have 25 people in jail as we speak to you. 25 people arrested, including some of the people who shoot the guns and kill the people. They are in jail, 25. Committees are working. When they finish their work, they will make it public. That one is already addressed. That issue is addressed.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. I'll give a floor to DR Ding to ask Ambassador more. Relax, Ambassador Gordon Bauy. Dear Ding Ding, you can direct your question to any of these ambassadors because I have to relax now, and you go ahead.
Well, thank you, Bol, and thank you, Ambassador David, and thank you, Ambassador Gordon. I think you met me before when you came to Buffalo, New York in 2012, I believe. I was the chairperson of South Sudan's community. It's great to see you again. I will go directly to make a little bit about correction about what the president said. Why he actually dismissed it. That was dismissal. I saw before that you were actually dismissed it as not Mayig was not dismissed. Mayig and Gabriel Baldwin were actually dismissed. And they were dismissed simply because that they changed Qingdao High Speed Group to Shandong Nile Group. And President mentioned that in his speech. I watched that news. Personally, it was not something I was told. So that's the reason they were dismissed. So now my question is going to be commented on 4 things. 1, it has been coming to attention that the NGOs working in South Sudan have been hiring people, and one of them is one of the victims is from my community. The NGOs have been hiring people in South Sudan on 2 bases. 1 basis, if you are female, they take advantage of being a female. If you are a man, then the first month's salaries will be taken. That's the agreement. And this has been going on since then. Why does the government relax not to address this? That's number 1, question number 1. Question number 2, in anywhere in the world, when the NGO is working in the country, the directors of the country, the coordinators, the people that are working on the ground must be from citizens. But now in South Sudan, most of the directors, the coordinators that are actually running a non-profit organization, the NGOs, for example, UNIMIS and others, are non-citizens. Why does the government relax? Question number 2, flood is affecting every community in South Sudan, and I've seen a little work that the government is putting in to help people that are affected. For example, Town. What is the work of government about this? Question number 3, South Sudan has many issues, in particular in Egypt. We have been seeing lately in Egypt a lot of boys, killing each other, Egyptian killing people, and lately we saw something very strange in our Sudan, and we have never seen the ambassadors in both countries coming out either to condemn it or even to update people. So what does the government do in concern with people dying in Egypt every single time? The first question is about SOA. And you mentioned before that the government is going to be selected. I personally have a big concern about that because it was 2 days ago that the chairperson of SOA protested against the decision that was made by Riek Machar and Salva Kiir Mayardit. Now, at the same time, the Secretary General, Dr. Lemakol and Bajpayee agreed that what was done by the president and Riek Machar was correct. So it would seem that actually SOA itself is now split 7-2. So how would they agree to nominate someone going to take a position in Jonglei State? Or would actually Jonglei State is not in the interest of SOA as per agreement that was made in May? So why there is a lot of confusion in that? How would SOA select someone from Jonglei State? That's number 1. Question number 1 for SOA State. Question number 2, the only person that is from Jonglei State in SOA is the Denai, and Denai is already a minister. So, and now you mentioned that SOA is going to select someone from Jonglei State, but it looks like the Jonglei State, they don't have a lot of people there in SOA. Okay, I don't know how they're going to do that. Question number 3.
Dr. Ma, you asked so many questions. I'm not taking note. There are too many. Okay, what is the last question?
Well, the last question is, you talk about disarmament. And the government, let me not talk about interim government. We have independence since 2011. And there has been communal issues, people killing each other. Why it takes a long time for the government to disarm youth? Thank you.
Okay. You asked so many questions, Doctor. Number 1.
Hello, Bol.
Yes.
Yeah, Doctor.
I would love to beg. I would love to beg the ambassador, because I hope he has talked a lot about some more issues that he has deliberated on his capacity. As a government representative, of course, 100% is an excellency. Therefore, I would love to ask Ambassador, this is my own suggestion. If there are some more other questions that were covered before, please don't bring them up again, because we are not here to predict. We are telling what has happened and what should be done. Therefore, if you already had a question that was answered before, then why don't you leave it for another more time and give us something new? And also,
Okay, it's good.
Ambassador, it is my wish that I have been on this show, and it is all the time. This is what we have been going through with these young people. So please, you take your time. Should there be any other thing that you might have come across as a misinformation, and for you, of course, I know you just forgive what has to be done. And if you need my help to help you within some other question, of course, I will be here and I'm watching. Thank you.
Yeah, thank
Go
you,
ahead.
my colleague David. Dr. Deng, you said sour mind resolve Jongle, but I don't know whether you have done your research, Dr. Because do you know Minister of Higher Education is from Jongle?
And that's what I mentioned. Maybe you were not, I mentioned that man, not that man.
Huh?
I mentioned that the only person that I know from Goa is a denial, who is actually the minister in the government. So will they actually take away the position of being a minister to become a governor? I mentioned that.
No, there
Okay,
are too
very
many.
good.
There
Anything
are too
in
many.
Big
Ambassador
Okay,
Boy. Ambassador
Dr.
Boy.
No.
Ambassador Boy. There are too many of them, of course. If you come into, I'm sorry, Your Excellency, the ambassador. For me, I'm not an ambassador. I'm a minister plenipotentiary. Therefore, what I would have to tell Dr. Ding is that when you talked about the implementation of the agreement, you will have a number of people. In case of our situation, you have more rebels within the town than the rebel in the bush. So it will not be our problem anymore as from the government. Should we have to give it to SOA and select Jesus Christ to become a governor of Jonglei, then they will have to go, because the SOA members are more than us in Juba. But they don't want to declare their own position. This is the problem here. This is the problem here. You see? So, if that position is given to SOA and they fail to get someone, then they will give it to whoever they would want to become a member of a SOA. Even if tomorrow, even you, if you want to become a member of a SOA tomorrow, you can become one. There is no problem, since we are just implementing the agreement. So, Ambassador Boy, you take it up from there.
No, okay. You answered my colleague David. You answered it on the issue, but so let me just move to NGOs because we're running out of time. The NGOs question. I don't know what you mean, Dr. Deng. I don't know, Dr. Deng. You remember when we tried to change the rules about employment, and then the whole East Africa? I think it was around 2015, right? The whole East Africa, Kenya and Uganda, they said no. The American, everybody said no. Because there are some technical positions that people cannot fill, and the cabinet had to surrender. That was the time of war before we signed the peace.
Ambassador, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Bol, hey, Majuk, I just want you to be more respectful. for the comment you just made is very insult and is not allowed here. In South Sudanese community, there are some names which are we can have what should I say? Some names are unisex. It can be man, it can be woman, like Amor, like Chol, like many names in Dinga. So please, that
But
is
is there a woman called David? Is there a woman called David?
so if you have a personal if you have a personal
You just leave it.
thing going on,
You just
take it all the way
you
to
just
somewhere. So go ahead,
there is
Ambassador.
no woman called David Amor. Okay. You just leave them around. Let's just go ahead. Ambassador.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead.
sometimes
Yeah,
I sometimes get very upset when somebody that I know physically and I know him very well just made a very ignorant comment. That's why I address him. Other than that, go ahead.
yeah. On
Don't
the issue
worry.
of the
This is a
NGOs,
society.
as
Let
Dr.
it be
Deng
society.
asked the question, this issue of employing yes, there are South Sudanese, but there are some technical positions our cabinet tried to do in 2015. I think you people heard about it. When we tried to do it, the whole region and the community were on the neck of our government. I think Dr. Deng, you're aware of it. Until we relaxed that. Not because we cannot enforce it, but because of many factors. Well, yeah, 90%, 100% of the donor money are coming from international community. You know that, Dictor, right? And somebody who is donating the money sometimes can dictate you because the money, but are humanitarian, they don't come from us. So we said, okay, let us not open that war, and then we relax it. On Mudobata disarmament, I already answered it before, as I told you, that the comprehensive disarmament will come when we address the internal contradiction. When we have a unified army, we finish this, then we can finish the issue of disarmament all over South Sudan, not only Lake State versus unity, Warab versus unity, people administrative versus Jonglei or Upper Nile. Because even at Murlele, they have to go up to Upper Nile, they go up to Ethiopia to abduct kids. That one will be addressed later. Okay? Lakini na we South Sudanese who is in diaspora, you cannot judge South Sudan government to be like American government. Okay? Because that's one of the problems that I'm seeing. I'm from diaspora before I went and worked with the government of South Sudan. The expectation of South Sudanese from diaspora, they want to judge the government of South Sudan in the standard of the Western government. For instance, in the standard of American government, right? If you want to judge South Sudan government to do things in the standard of the US government, then you are not being realistic. US has institutions that have been there for more than 200 years. We became independent in 2011, 2013 we went to war. The war destroyed the institutions. Now, how do you compare President Salva Kiir to behave, to do things like United States government? What are the institutions? If Kiir has to be very tough on people, as some people would want him to do, how will he do reconciliation? In South Sudan, let us be honest, Ejama. In South Sudan, there are tribes that can support a criminal because he's from them. Mujrim, who can be taken to ICC will get support from his own tribe. So what do you want Kiir to do? You are a president, you are a young man. All these SPLM high command, tomorrow, 10 years from now, they will not be there. Your time will come. You can be president of South Sudan. Can you be judged on the standard of Western institutions? Like what we are doing to our government? Because we are in the Western world, we say, okay, in the West, things are done like this. You in the South might do like this. It's not like, look, America, there's FBI. If the states fail to do their work, like what happened in Minnesota, George was killed, then the FBI will say, no, we have to investigate the federal government. You cannot compare it to South Sudan. That's where we are wrong. The diaspora is wrong. And not only South Sudan, the study has been done. The African diaspora are very radical against their own government because they are judging those governments on Western standards, not on the African standards. That is the answer. There is what is called generational change. Our fathers, our first generation of SPLM and SPLA, when the time has come, there will be second generation, third generation, or even there is no third, fourth generation can take over. The way you, Dr. Den, will be doing things will be different from the way your father was doing things. And we have to accept this. That's why we have to be evolutionary, not revolutionary, because there's a difference between being evolutionary and being revolutionary, right? Evolutionary, you go slowly with the changes. Revolutionary, you just want to get rid of what is existing. Come on, it's not going to work like that. And that's what I'm seeing with our diaspora. Sometimes they say, not Gordon Bauy pretend the government. Jonkora was in the show, but Jonkora was saying, Kingdom must go, Shunu, that government must disappear. When you say, okay, Jonkora, how will it disappear? They will not give you an answer. 10 years from now, the same Jonkora who is saying Kir must go will continue saying Kir must go, and Kir will be around maybe for the next 8 years. The same guy, because he's not being realistic. The SPLM as a party, you saw the SPLM as a movement. You were Jeshamer Batom. How do you get rid of them? Or how the power will be transferred to younger generation? It needs time. You see? It needs time. It's not just, you just get rid of your father. Come on, guys. Even culturally, how do you transform Nur and Dinka? There are 64 tribes in South Sudan. I'm talking about these two tribes now because they are the two largest tribes even messing up the country. Because the mess we have, Nur and Dinka, they are the ones responsible for it. How do we transform these two tribes, the mess they are bringing to the country? You start from the village. How do you transform them from the village? There are people in the diaspora that will not give you answer. Okay, then you don't know what you are talking about. You see? That's how we address when we come to cattle wrestling. If you ask the Murle, why you go and abduct the Nur and Dinga kids? What answer do you get here, Dr. Den? Can you tell me? Why Murle, they go and abduct the kids?
Yes, I can tell you.
Okay, you tell me.
Okay, now, are you saying that the government of South Sudan is weak so we can surrender everything? Because that what we say something we see is wrong, that is now is turned to be a Western world ideology. So
surrender to who?
That's what you say. That you say right now that South Sudan
is weak, said so our forces no. I said our forces are in cantonment being trained.
No.
You want me. You want the government. Yeah. Look, Victoria, be realistic.
Okay, I'm so realistic. That's why I asked that question. That's realistic. That's why I asked the question. If I was not realistic, I would have asked the question.
Be reasonable. Where are the forces? The forces are in cantonment. All the forces, the agreement said, all the forces have to be cantoned. And then it's screened. So we form a unified government. Where do we get the army to go and fight these people who are armed in the villages?
Ambassador, you asked me a question. How would I address that question? How would I address that issue?
Okay, you tell me, how do you address it from a realistic point of view? You tell me, if you are the president, how do you address it?
If I had to be a president since 2011, before the Civil War, I would have brought education to the area where people are not educated. And this is the biggest problem. Okay? These youths are not educated, they don't know what they're doing, and that's why they take all these things in their own hands. Anyway,
we are in 2020. Why do you go back to 2011 and we are in 2020? Be president of South Sudan in 2020. Don't take us to 2011. Listen, Doctor, be president of South Sudan in 2020. Assume you are President Kiir. What do we do based on the circumstance now?
Okay, if you're talking about now, right now, because of that mess, Okay, it's going to be tough to address issues. And that's the mess of the world. That's why I went back to South 2011. But let me put it this way. If I were to be president of South Sudan today, the first thing I'm going to do is to bring education to where people don't know what they're doing. The youth in Jonglei State, or the youth in Mule, they don't know what they're doing. They're illegal. But if they are given education, then they know what they're doing. And that is the primary thing the government can do. Easy. Why is it complicated? From your standpoint of view, easy. That's my answer.
Now, I'm sorry, Ambassador. Let me just interject, if you can allow me. Now, it is not bad to dream. It is always good to dream, but you should also have to associate your dream to become a reality at one point. Simply because when you talk about education here, you are talking about peace. You are talking about stability. You are talking about the rule of law. You are talking about love. You are talking about a society. You are talking about universal. You are talking about heaven and hell. Therefore, when you don't have peace, just the word peace here, that was why even Jesus had never gone to nursery in Nazareth because there was no peace among himself and the rest. Therefore, let's first bring peace and we talk about education. Because when you talk about education here, you are talking about education is introduction of a reality. It is not just a dream. There is no anybody who is to be taught. Everybody is born a clever. But guidance must come through peace. A guidance must come through associating with others. A guidance must come for you to realize that yes, love and tranquility and the environment that you are in, you must be trained there. Now, therefore, if we have to bring peace to our people, peace to ourselves, and peace to the universe, then majority of us, of course, are going to get educated. And that's why most of you went to America because the environment could not allow you to study under the trees, under the war and the bombardment. Did you go to school in South Sudan before you went to America?
Yes.
Where?
Anyway, I went to
Therefore,
school in South Sudan before I got.
anyway, this is just, I want to make it, let us just talk the reality. We are gentlemen and here as a South Sudanese, and I would love most of us to be a grown-up people. Otherwise, the situation that we are in our own country, had it not been that, it is our own country would have deserted. Majority of us are regretting of why should they had even to give their own life. Simple because of what? Thick in heart, sick in the body, sick in mind. I'm sorry to say this, because if you are in a different country and you are trying to relate the situation of other countries to the country that you come from in 20 years before, and then you are not talking a reality, because these are unfolded events. They are unfolded events. They include the insecurity, they include disparity, they include the weakness of the state itself. We are not denying it. Okay? Let's not just say, yes, we are strong. From where? We're not such strong as you might have said it, or the rest might have thinks of it, because there are no institutions that are built. Okay? Since when? The enemy that fought us did not give us time to think as human beings. They only gave us time to fight our own self and a future. Only few of us. That's why if you go into the reality, the SPLA, SPLM is the only organization in the world that has got many martyrs, because they died as they would have wished for the freedom of their own people. Many martyrs. Therefore, if we want to build it later on, let's all have what we call patriotism. Let's all be patriot as they used to be. And as you used to be, I know you are one of the Red Armies and the rest. All right. So let us not just try to look into an equilibrium kind of a point of view and say, oh yeah, let's do this. No, let's think of it first. When you come into these conflicts, Dr. Ding, I like your statement when you asked about the conflicts, and Nuri asked about it before. These are leftover wars, because the main war was a war of a liberation, and the leftover wars suppose, as we were talking about it before, somebody mentioned it, Bill, that and even you talked about, will SOA agree? Then if SOA doesn't agree, whom do they want to govern? If they are given Jongle, whom do they want to govern? That's the question. Because the people in Jongle, they are their own people. And the people in Yerol, they are their own people. And the people in every part of South Sudan, they are their own people. And they need power. Do you need the government to tell them that, okay, you go and govern women and leave children? Or what do you want? Therefore, let us be realistic. If you don't need power, please stay at home. If you need power, please come and face the reality and the challenges that will take you to continue with the freedom and to free your own people. It is a matter of time, life, and death. That's the meaning of power. It is not just to come and say, oh, how shall we call this? Like, I don't understand. So the conflict is a leftover wars, and they must be left alone such that we continue with the ideology of liberation of poverty, a liberation of insecurity, a liberation of what sort of what has to bring in to what we call a state later on. We are not trying to say we have not gone wrong. No, we did. But how do we return back into that glorious days where we used to call ourselves brother and sister? All right. Let us not antagonize our own will. That will not take us into the future of what we deserve to be. Let us leave these leftover wars to vanish and give the world a promise of a future to our own people and the country at large. Like what happened, Ambassador Bauy told you before about the road. When you are designing something, it is not perfect yet. Until you completed it, anything can happen. You know, some other time when we used to be, you know, and you know it perfectly, even a Tower of Babel can fall 3 times and rebuild again. But people will not stop joining it up again. Second to it, should there be anybody who had tampered with it, should it be the Chinese? yes, as Ambassador Boy said it before, we are not going to leave them to go away with it. We are going to tell them that, yes, you do it, what got spoiled must not be paid. Until you finish it, then until we pay you. If not so, then you leave the road. The roads are not built by the Chinese alone in the world. There are other people who can build roads in the universe, including the Italian. But if it got spoiled, then you go. We are not paying you. But if you make it properly, we are going to pay you. So, therefore, let us not take it on a different angle. And then the other part of course, the Nile, yes, there are so many wars that are going to come upon the Nile. But it is not this one. Somebody is building a dam in his own country. What is our concern? We don't have a concern about it. We have Baro River that come through Edam up to Nasser. Then it goes to Mayut. Then the other one comes to Sobat to join it. These are our own rivers. If they dry it, then we are going to ask them, where is the water? Where is the water for our rivers? So we are not going to war with anybody simply because of water. And water comes from wherever. No. If it is a Blue Nile, then let the Blue Nile, because the agreement of 1922, this is the Nile Agreement to 1952, South Sudan was not included because, of course, they were not a state. It was only Sudan. And of a reason, here now we have got what you call the Nile Basin headquarters. It's in Entebbe, in Uganda here. And normally we just converge and talk. And as you know, majority of us knows that the Niles come from Uganda, of course. So if Uganda does not want to go to war with Sudan because of water, why should South Sudan go to war with Egypt and Ethiopia because of water in any way? There's nothing like that. Therefore, let us leave a diplomatic kind of settling issues. Of course, it is your right. You should know exactly because you are a citizen and you are also a leader because that is your own country, and it is very important for most of us to know how should we have to run the country for all of us. But it should not be taken as a kind of a campaign on the social media or South Sudan. There is nothing like that. There is a communique that has to be issued. Should people go to war because of the Nile, then majority of us are going to go to war, including even the non-Nile basin. Regionally, Mount Kenya and Kenya, because South Sudan is geographically, is basically lowland. So every water that comes from wherever in Africa must pass through South Sudan. So let us not just make it something that is bigger. The dam, of course, 7 years to 4 years, this is just something that has to be done. The fuller issue, as Ambassador mentioned it before, the fuller was not stopped simply because we want to get anything from anybody. No. It was, as he mentioned it before in the summary, that had it not been that we went to war among ourselves, we would have just finished Fuller and have our own dam. Because Fuller is a God-made dam. It is not like Resunion in Ethiopia, where to be dug. No, this is a God-made dam. You just bring in the hydraulical and the electrical, and then you will have the power. So we're not going to that. Should there be any other issue, Ambassador Boy, then I will have to leave it there because already for me, I'm in Kampala, it is already going to 7 in the morning. It is now 6:30. The SPLM, this is where I will have to end my question here. Do not forget, in every country, there must be an organization, and that organization, whether old or new, they may have to be supported by their own members. The SPLM, since its inception, there had never been anybody that compress anybody or compel anybody to join it by force. No, and we are not going to do it. It will remain voluntary. If you don't want it, stay in your own home. Do not join them. If you want them, live with them until you die. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Madida, I will give you a chance because I'm the one who called you here to come to. So let me yell it to David then, because he was the one asking Ambassador Boy, and he answered it. David came in.
Yeah.
Take over
Give it to Dr.
Was answered.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, thank you, Bon. I'm about to leave. Right now because the reason why I'm coming back because you called me back, and also too, Bon, Ambassador Boy has been here since 3 hours and 30 minutes. So
it is your time. It's your time. It's your time. I give it to you, but I want to tell you something.
Okay.
You know, Chinkwad, I know Chinkwad is he speak very well sometime on the YouTube of because I know he have done it, and for the equality, because I believe in equality, but I don't believe in so many attacks, and I want to give him because he have two very important questions that we might just give him because IO is already a part of the government, and somebody like Chinkwad, I believe it should not be kept away.
No, I said.
So I would like Chinkwad to be invited because
Simon, I sent him a link. I just sent him a link. Simon Chinkwad, I sent you a link in your inbox. So
yes.
Please check your inbox, you can come. And also too, the reason why, let me address it to our audience while viewers are watching. The reason why we didn't pin the link down is because too much trafficking is we don't allow that. And secondly too, the show, even though the show is not supposed to invite people, because the show was designed to bring Ambassador Gordon Bauy so that the Lake State media staff can interview him to have the money question. The question that we had, Ambassador, I think those are the questions that all the South Sudanese who are watching want to ask Ambassador. So I hope we touch every corner of the question that you guys have in your mind, in your heart to ask Ambassador. So this is the reason my fellow South Sudanese, there's nothing. So I see a lot of comment that our colleagues are writing, which is not the case. So the reason we do that is that is the case, because we try to minimize, because we have, the more we invite people and we have a very important topic that we want to ask Gordon Bauy, Ambassador Gordon Bauy. So we need to have those answers to be answered by them. But if we do a lot for coming in, those questions cannot be answered correctly. And second, our people always get out on topic and people arguing. That is not the no-no. That's the reason why we did this show, to be selective, because the people that we bring are the people that we think that these people they have a personality so that they can control their opinion and their question toward our guests. And also at Lake State Media, there's no bias. Lake State Media, we have no racist or ethnicity or anything. All South Sudanese are welcome to Lake State Media. So, and you guys know that. So, Brother Chinkwad, I send you a link and you can come in. So, but Bol, Ambassador Gordon Bauy have been here for almost 3 hours and 40 minutes. So we won't let Ambassador go get a rest. Before Ambassador go, I have to leave you guys because I'm about to leave. I'm going to work. So my my question going to Ambassador Boy and David Amor. So this question should be the last. Ambassador Boy need to be excused. Bolma Kuboko Ambassador has been here for a long time. So this question is, I think, is important. So Ambassador Boy, this question in regard is about the opposition, that whole out position that they are not part of peace agreement signed between IO and the government. And those groups, the cause of themselves has a South Sudan opposition movement alliances. These are including Real SPLM, South Sudan, SSUF/A, and another. They combine this and they call themselves that. So I remember, like few months ago, there is this sign that between government and them, they call Roman Declaration before the coronavirus hit. But when after the coronavirus came, everything was shut down. So the question is what's going on between Soma and the government? Is that the peace that you government and them signed during the Rome Declaration, is it still there or is breakaway? So what's going on there? So I want to put that question so that before I thought that is important question. So these two ambassador government representatives should answer that. So thank you so much, Ambassador Boy. I will leave you guys, and I thank you, Ambassador Boy, for accept our invitation and come to Let's Say Media, and all our guests. I appreciate for coming in. Have a wonderful night, and may God bless you guys. So go ahead, Ambassador. Boy, you can continue with the show, and I'm back. Thank you.
I thank you very much, Colonel Madid. To answer your question, yes, we have been almost going to 4 hours. Your last question is very important because our government signed peace with 98% of the opposition. And I said it earlier that they are Juba. The other groups of Thomas Cirillo, Paul Malonga, we have been negotiating with them under the auspices of His High Holiness of Francis.
Yeah, go ahead.
Francis
the network is breaking.
Yeah, it's cutting off.
Yeah, I think he will come back.
Yeah,
the one
the network is frozen. Yeah, okay.
Chinkwal is
negotiated.
complaining and the link is sent to him. So Madid, send him the link again.
I already did.
Okay.
The negotiation. Okay, then it's coming. Okay, wait. Hello, is it good now?
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah. Oh,
Now it's good, no?
yeah, it's good. Yeah.
Okay, it was a network. Yeah, what I was trying to do, Madid, the all our groups, the question that you asked, the all our groups, up to now, they are still negotiating with the government. And when I say it's the government, it's not the IG, it's the revitalized government of South Sudan. When we send the negotiation team to Rome before the corona, it included representative the IO, the FDs, the SAWA, and the IG.
Yeah.
The current government that we have, they send representative to Rome to negotiate with all our group of Thomas Cirillo, Pagan Amum, and Paul Malonga. We signed the ceasefire agreement. The ceasefire was signed and negotiated by His Holiness Pope Francis. with the mediation of Pope Francis, that was the reason Paul Malong Awan was allowed to go to Rome, because Malong was sanctioned by the UN. When you are sanctioned by the UN, you cannot travel to Rome. But Pope Francis called the UN and said, I want Malong to come to Rome, and then the UN waived the sanction. And Paul Malong went to Rome. What stopped the negotiation is the corona, because Italy has become the epicenter of corona. First, when Italy was devastated by corona, it was moved to Belgium. When it was moved to Belgium, Belgium being a very bad place too. Then they decided, okay, let us freeze it for a while until the corona, because you cannot call people from Africa to negotiate on peace and then you infect them with corona. It doesn't make sense. And also the rules of the World Health Organization that are imposed on all the countries. Okay, if you want to go to Italy, even if you are called by Pope or whatever, you have to be quarantined for 2 weeks. That is the law everywhere now, right? So why would you do a negotiation if the people you are calling will be quarantined? And you know the meaning of quarantine, you don't see anybody. You are in your room. Me, when I came to North America last week, I'm in quarantine. The food will be brought, but I'm only for door. I don't see anybody, which you know, until you finish quarantine for 2 weeks, then they will say you are free. Then you can go. So you cannot do negotiation in that circumstance. That's why it was stopped. But it will continue until all the groups are brought to the peace. That's why sometimes you begin to wonder, people like Jonkor, some people, negative individual in the diaspora, saying that, oh, the peace is not working, let us overthrow the government. And these are people in North America. If you ask them, how do you overthrow the government, they will not explain. They just want to use the Facebook to dream or to talk, let us overthrow the government. Like when I went to the shop at Jonkor Gebel almost 5 hours ago. Oh, this government, the peace is not working. I said, my friend, if the peace is not working, it is Remasha to talk. It is Sawa to talk. It is OPP to talk. It is other parties that signed the agreement to talk. Not you. You are not a signatory. You are not a signatory. How do you judge? You are like a Muslim judging the Christians. How do they do work? They will tell you, are you a Christian? No. Okay, please don't talk about that, but Christianity. That is the situation that I have seen some negative individual in the diaspora would, I don't know what do they want. If it is military, they are not, they are here talking in the Western, the government, they will never go.
Okay. Yeah.
If they reach Nairobi, they will be arrested. Yeah, continue.
Oh no, yeah, thank you. So your network is breaking up. Thank you. So I know that we will. Yeah, that's. Thank you for answering that question, because I thought that is important for us, so our people can hear it from you. Paul, I will leave now the show, and Ambassador Boy, if you feel like you want to hang around, okay. If you feel like you're tired, we will let you go.
You cut him off anyway. He was answering. He was continuing to answer the question. You cut him off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let him go. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, what I was saying.
I will excuse myself.
Yeah, what I was saying, Madid. What I was saying is that there are people in the diaspora, and instead for them to work for the peace implementation, they are becoming negative. For example, People like my friend, my brother Junkor. People like now the war attack in New Zealand. People who are calling, you will see somebody say, Salva Kiir must go, Riek Machar must go. When you tell them, okay, how will Salva Kiir go? How will Riek Machar go? They don't give you the answer. And they are in the Western world eating McDonald's. You want Kiir to go militarily? You go and take Kalashnikov. Don't talk in McDonald's here in America or in North America or in Canada or in Europe. Because you don't want to just use other people's children. We signed the peace. That peace agreement must be implemented. If you don't want that peace agreement to be implemented, you want war, go and execute the war yourself. You get killed, then you die. If not, don't waste our time. Kill must go. Kill must go. Where is he going? That's what I'm telling you. We, the people in the diaspora, must support the peace. Don't waste our time calling Kir must go, Riek Machar must go, Ushunu, and you are in America and Canada eating McDonald's. You want war, go to South Sudan and face it. If you kill Kir, that's fine. If Kir kill you, then you are gone. Don't waste our time.
Ambassador,
Yeah.
were you in the Red Army in Itang?
I'm from liberation struggle. I'm from the bush. But people, when okay, peace is signed, they say we don't want Kir, we don't want Riek Machar, we don't want this. Okay, how do you make them disappear? They're the one running the show. Riek is the first vice president. There are no Riek who say he has failed. Okay, Riek has failed and is first vice president. How do you get rid of him? There are people who say Kir must go. Okay, but the guy is the president. How do you make him disappear? They don't give you an answer. What do you do with these people?
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you for sharing views with us. Ambassador Moore and DR Ding, we are very close to close the show. I will give each of you 2 minutes, and give back to Ambassador, and we wrap it up and we close the show. So I will start with David Amor because you've been. So go ahead and pass it to DR Ding, and we'll give it back to Ambassador, and I will make the last statement and we'll close the show. But we will bring Ambassador again because there are so many issues. But Ambassador, you know your coming to Lake State Media make many differences. So you have to know that. It has so many differences. So go, David.
Yeah, I will start to thank His Excellency Ambassador Bauy, Dr. Deng, and you in particular, the members of the Lake State Media and the viewers and the listeners. First of all, let's put one thing in mind, that one day we are going to meet each other physically and talk to each other in our own country. The mission and the vision of what has taken you into the paternity of a diaspora, it was not something simple for you to go and vanish or to go and talk things that are not in reality. As Ambassador Bauy put it, it is true that why don't we have that knowledge that you have acquired, bring it back, come and help, as I said before, so that you will come and see by your own eyes. You come and hear. Let us make our own country a priority, that it has to be a country that has to go through development, as the majority of you said, oh, there is no road here, there's no school here, there's no hospital here. They are not going to be built by anybody. They are not going to be built by anybody. We assured you, it is only you who will come one day, if you have the zeal and the patriotism in your own heart, you will come and get the people out there and you will help them one day. I promise. Even if I'm not there, or Ambassador Bauy is not there, or none of us, one day you will still find South Sudan the way it is, and you will come and build it. Otherwise, you preach peace. When it comes into the final word, of course, most of us have got an education, but our education should not be put as a trademark of ignorance, of even ignoring death. No. Like one person said it before here, that you call Karbino Wol a businessman. You are very stupid. Why do you call a rebel a businessman? He's a rebel. Why do you call him a businessman? You keep calling him a rebel. All right? Yes, of course. Death is death. It is you who have gone through it. You announced your rebellion. You fought the might of the other government, and that is it. So that is all of it. Even some of you are sending condolence to this rebel, condolence to such and such. No, you don't do it. Let's just have only one government and one country. Alabanin bol ba jai chol ken por en kan nyich.
In Baja Chol Badena, Lekina no more the pay.
I will just give it to. No, I'm just reminding you. I don't have so many words to say, but I would also thank the rest of the viewers and the contributors. And it has been a good night. But let us have a zeal and have our country in heart as one people.
Thank you, David. And I have Mawun Ayor say that to convey his greeting to you because you don't read comment. Mawun Ayor, he said to convey greeting to you. But anyway, we will talk later on in my private messenger. DR, then go ahead so we can give Ambassador.
Because kadang in ball por nyan lunga yelang mane chola tiang lunga yelang kubanya wood unijang yelang and nong majurban nong en.
We're going to talk about that in my.
All right, thank you. Ambassador Bauy, greeting.
A lot of people who don't hear local language.
No, it is not local. It's a south. I mean, it's a national language. All languages are declared to be national languages in South Sudan. All of them, 64 of them, yeah, they are national. If you don't speak the others, you ask for translation. You tell them, okay, now you translate. What am I hearing?
Thank you. We'll talk about before
from Chukdum in 1994. All languages, in South Sudan were declared to be national.
I disagree with 64 tribes because you cannot, like Dinka. There's Dinka Gad, Dinka Rumbek, and we make them one tribe. There are.
You make it another topic. You just give the last word. Give the last word to.
There's so many people.
Dr. Ding and Ambassador Bauy.
Like Boya and other one, they speak the same, and then we call them. Why do we call Dinka Rumbek, Dinka, and even Malwal Genya? We speak different accent, and they call us all Dinka. Anyway, leave that apart.
You make it another topic. Namo Shabdu, bro.
Okay. Go ahead, talk to Ambassador Bauy. So
David is good in one language, by the way.
Oh yes,
there's fellow commander, there's fellow soldiers. They're very bilingual. Yeah, it's good in one language. David is good.
If there is anybody who can compete with me, Nuer is only Comrade Simon Kunpoch.
That's right.
Yeah, the rest.
Wallahi, you are very good. No. Because even the vocabulary is used, there's not unless you are very good well versed in Nuer. Word like Shabda. Very good. You are very good. Yeah. You are very tough, man. Yeah.
Tumar.
Classical. That's a classical Nuer. That's a classical Nuer, right?
Tumar.
So your mom is
My
from which
mother
part of
tongue.
Nuer? Your mom is from
Kabantu.
your mom is from where in Nuer? Oh, Bantu. Which part of Bantu?
Kodurnyum.
Oh, from Nyong. Namalal Woon. Nyong mata malal Woon.
Yamalwal Woon.
Ah, yeah. Malal Woon.
Woon.
Wow. Malal Woon.
Woon dog.
Oh, light of a Ay, wow.
Guadong.
Huh?
Chorial
Oh,
Guadong.
light of not. Anyway, but they will leg instead you are shooting people that. You are one people.
Shooting in.
Eh?
You people. Okay, you give it to Ding, then we wind up.
I declare.
But Ambassador, you sent me your contact later on.
No, I will call you. Through WhatsApp. I will call you, Minister.
Okay, Ambassador.
That's why I told you, Ambassador, before that your coming here make a lot of differences, because we tell people that, there are so many ambassadors. When we invited them to our forum,
that's why I told you, Ambassador, before
they don't
that
want to come. And the reason why they don't want to come, they think that if they come to social media here, social media is not good. But social media is good. Like right now, there's so many misinformation you have correct, right? Yeah. So we ask you this, we even make you mad, and you say that and this is not that right way. Yeah. And that's all what we want,
Yeah,
so,
that's right.
Yes. So if there is somebody sometime who want to come to Lake State Media as somebody in the government, we will ask you to tell him it's good to come so you can clean up. Just clean up. Say he's wrong, say he's good, like that.
About this Lake State Media discussion is very civilized, when people are asking questions, and you can ask any question, and then you must expect me and then David to answer them, right? Whether our answer you believe that is wrong or right, it is up to you to do more research to find out the truth. Right. That is what we call a civilized conversation, right? The problem with the show Betana Yonkor, these are people who made up their mind that the government must disappear. And then when you represent the government,
they see
you as evil. It's not a civil conversation.
Yeah.
If you don't accept my existence, then how will I have civilized conversation with you? You as a citizen, I accept that you have the right to ask the question, because there is no government without people. The government is supposed to serve the people. If I recognize that, then we are equal now. Then we can have a civilized conversation. Even here in America, Republican and Democrat, when they go to CNN, they have to have a civilized conversation based on facts. They may have a different political ideology, yes, that is there, but at least you defend your side with facts. You can interpret facts differently. That is okay. But let us recognize ourselves as being being. We are equal in South Sudan. Even Kir is not above anybody. He's a president, yes, but he's not above you. He's a citizen like you.
That's right.
That's what this is the what is Lake State is given to people on the side of the government. But when you go to other media, those of Yonkor, they already made up their mind. This girl Ukumada should not exist. Riek Machar should not exist. Shamsen should not exist. Mir should not exist. What kind of South Sudan are you creating? How do you get rid of these people? They will not give you answer. Okay, then you eat your McDonald's in America, leave us alone, Then you created a war now. Because if you don't deny the existence of the government will defend itself. There will be no civilized conversation. Okay?
That's right.
How do you talk about the key to go? You are eating McDonald's in America. Kir is the president of South Sudan.
Are you there,
Ambassador? Doctor, you are welcome. Yeah, I'm here. Dr. Deng, you are welcome.
Doctor, you are welcome. Thank you, Ambassador.
Well, first of all, thank you, Madit. Bol, thank you for giving me a chance again. And also, I would like to say thank you, Mr. David. You are very patient and kind. And by the way, you have actually spoken very well. So, thank you very much for that. And by the way, I'm so glad that you're making this forum right now in the last 5 minutes as Nuer forum. That's good. You know, that's excellent.
Oh, yeah. I'm a
I like
Nuer.
that. That's good. Okay. So,
I'm a Nuer. Yeah.
then my first thing I want to, in case Ambassador Gordon, if I ask maybe impatient question before, please forgive me. It's just the questions that I always bring up. I'm a great supporter of the government, and I always say this to people: I will never turn my eyes against
That's fine.
my own land. Never. It is
That's fine.
this is the land and the government that I worked for more than 1,000 miles, suffered, killed my brother, and I fought for it, and I voted for it. There's no reason, even if I know that you are doing wrong, I can't turn against my own brother because of my own interests. I will never do that. That's one thing that I always say. Even the social media that you mentioned before, I was there, and they kicked me out because they don't like you to say the fact. So I don't really care to go to those kind of places. So I just want to say thank you very much for being here. I know you personally when I met you in Buffalo. And one of the quick things I like about you, you're not racist, okay? You are a person who stands for the truth. You don't really favor which tribe or which tribe. You told the fact. And I remember that 2012 when you brought the video to prove that what was happening in 2013 was a real coup. And that's great. That's what shows that you are a true man for your own word and for the nation. Most of the questions you have answered. There are so many other questions that were there, but otherwise, South Sudan government that you are ambassador, I would proudly say it's me, make it standing. It is Madid, it is Bol, it is South Sudanese that who do not want, regardless what we see wrong in our country, we do not want to be given away. Otherwise, if we have turned our eyes away from you because of whatever wrong being done in South Sudan, believe me or not, South Sudan would have not be a country in your hand today. But it is we who are here who stood to the American government and say, listen, we don't want to listen to what is going on there. We need our country. So I truly appreciate that for your time. Thank you very much. But otherwise, next time, I might ask maybe 2 questions. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, DR Ding. Ambassadors, David Amor always question us that he's not ambassador. Sorry, David Amor, we don't want to get you in trouble of calling you ambassador, but you have a title.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a minister. I'm a member of a National Liberation Council.
Okay.
I have some other titles, of course, but I'm not an ambassador yet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Ambassador Bauy will make me an ambassador by next week.
Ambassador, that's an application being submitted to your office. Ambassador,
right.
with us? I think his phone, please. Ambassador Boy, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you.
You have an application.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yes, I'm with you.
So you have not been listening to me?
Yeah.
You have an application.
No, I'm listening. Yeah, I did not sleep.
Okay. You had an application.
No, I was listening. I did not sleep. Yeah.
Okay, so you're hearing me now, right?
Okay, so you finished, Mo?
No,
I'm hearing you. Yes.
Okay. Ambassador, yes, Ambassador, we had next week on Friday, people here online have so many questions, but some are very genuine, For instance, there's a lot of people want you to talk about oil in where the oil at? Which state? Sorry, guys.
Polish.
Yeah. A lot of people want you to talk about oil next week, but it's not the profit that he made or the money that he pumped into the government. They want you to talk about what you guys going to do to these people in that area. But they say that they want you to talk about it next week. They tell you that, tell Ambassador, we're not worried now because you're tired, but we need you because you have answered so many questions. Now people like the way you answered the question. So they say next week, on Friday, they want you, or on Saturday, they want you to talk about this. So if you're willing to come next Saturday, then you will talk to me and I will host you. that situation right there. But right now, we need to wrap it up, and we will give you a chance to go until next week. So before I go, I will give you a chance to summarize some other things that you see were not answered very well, and we will close the show. Thank you.
I thank you very much, Comrade Ball, and the rest of the viewers. I think Comrade Ball and and your viewers know that our embassy, before even I came last week, my colleague Ambassador Philip Jada has also been engaged in educating people in social media. You remember, Ambassador Philip also was invited in so many social media platforms like this to educate the people about what is happening in South Sudan. You are aware of that, with the group of CAS. There are other groups that there's what is called the CAS. I think you know the CAS group, South Sudan Coalition of South Sudan Alliance for Peace, and all the groups like that. Because social media is one of the important media whereby people have you. Because the good thing about social media, you deal with people directly. Okay, the other media, you deal with individual journalists. Then they have their own interpretation, and then the real person has no direct contact with the government. That's why the social media is very important. And President Trump is using Twitter and Facebook. He is calling CNN fake, which you know, but he still talks to millions of Americans directly. So, as the viewers said regarding those, it's not only Paloch, but all the oil producing communities in Unity State, in Ruwen, in Unity State, those of Tarjas, we are experiencing a lot of problems. Environmental, I know the issues why these people want me to talk. Environmental pollution in Ruwen as well as in Paloch. There are women giving birth to kids into 4 legs, 5 legs because of pollution. And I know there will be questions from our people saying, okay, what is the government doing to address the issue of pollution? Because the pollution is killing people. Not only that, when the water are polluted with the crude oil, then the cows will go and drink the chemical, and then the people will get the chemical from the milk. That one is a very big topic, and I'm willing to address all the questions next week. And I know there will be tough question. The community will addressing the pollution in those areas in Tarjas. I will address that next week. What the government are doing in terms of now we have unity state, Upper Nile state. That one I'm willing to address it next week. Because the people have the right to ask questions, and I will answer them next week. In regard to other questions asked, and that's why I appreciate when I appreciate you. The hello,
Yes, you have echo on your
are you
side.
with me?
Yes.
No, I don't know why it came, but now it's okay, Mo.
Okay. Yes, I am with you. Everybody is listening.
Yeah.
What you say.
Okay. Okay. Now I'm okay, but the echo is went to your side, but it's fine. What I'm trying to say is that me, I'm not. We spend 4 hours, and these 4 hours is not a waste of time. Of course, I'm tired, but I endure it because we have to. You know what is going on in South Sudan is affecting all of us. You know, the South Sudanese diaspora are spending a lot of money in helping their relatives in the country. Okay, the remittance that we send, the remittance that the South Sudan, the diaspora send to South Sudan are not only helping the economy, but the very survival. There are South Sudanese refugees in Uganda, in Ethiopia, and Kenya, and in Khartoum that are being assisted by the relative in diaspora. That one is a very big contribution, you know. Uh, Anybody, that's why when some people talk in South Sudan, they try to denigrate the diaspora. We tell them, okay, who is not a diaspora? There is no leader in South Sudan that would say has no relation with diaspora. Is it President Kiir? He has kids who are Australian citizens. Riek Machar, he has children who are British. Angelina is a British citizen, has passport. Half of the cabinet, they have foreign passport. Nobody can say it's not a diaspora. The contribution of the diaspora is very important, not only in terms of money or political support or financial and academic support, because we need the diaspora. Rwanda is built by the diaspora. If the diaspora is welcome in South Sudan, the government is taking care of them like what is our government is trying to do in planning to bring the skill from diaspora. That's good for us, because why would you import foreigner to come and do the work that your people from America, Australia, and Europe can do? And these people, they speak the language. If somebody is an engineer, he speaks one of the language of the 64 tribe, and this is your person, is your people. You went to war, and the person went to refugee camp to join the war to enjoy the country. There's no point you go and bring a foreigner. So these are the things. That's why the diaspora, those in diaspora, they have a right to ask questions. How do we develop the country? We need to have a conversation
Thank
that the
you.
government and the diaspora should work together.
Thank you for acknowledgement. Go ahead. I just thank you for acknowledging that. Continue.
Yeah, yeah. So that's why we are the embassy. We are ready to ask any question. We are ready to answer any question that is asked, so that we clear the air. You know, for instance, the security issues. If you are from Jongle, your first problem will be the cat rustling, will be you hear the news, oh, people are attacked in this village, you will be concerned your relative are attacked. So all these things they are concern about people. The same thing in security in Jonglei, in other states, in Greater Equatoria. Equatoria are 32 tribes. It's just a geography. There are so many tribes in Equatoria, but you know, every part of South Sudan is affected by conflict. But now we need to build our country, and we need to choose peace. The peace that we are implementing now is the only peace we have. We have no another peace. Let us be honest. Whether you don't like Riek Machar, you don't like President Salva Kiir, just accept peace that is being implemented. 3 years from now, there will be election. If you don't like President Salva Kiir, you don't like Riek Machar, you like whoever party will come up, then you have the right to vote as a South Sudan citizen. South Sudan in the diaspora, there is Junubin, nobody can deny the citizenship. Our constitution recognizes dual citizenship, you can go and vote. If you don't like Mr. X, then you vote for Y. But for you to say, no, this peace is not true, peace of President Salva Kiir, Riek Machar, and so on, Gabriel Chang and Lama Call is not a peace, we get rid of it. How? You are prolonging the suffering of your people. Those who are saying that Kiir must go, Riek Machar must go, they are not for human development or to end the suffering of the South Sudanese. They are for a different agenda. You see? Sometimes if you ask them, okay, how will they go without suffering? We sign the peace. Can we implement the peace that we have so that our people, the refugees, will come back and resettle? They will not give you an answer. Then these people are wishful thinkers. That's why some of us will say, you don't talk while you are eating McDonald's. You go to South Sudan and make sure you go and fight Salva and Riek Machar. If not, please don't waste your time with me in North America. Don't say Kiir must go, Riek Machar must go. There is no genuine peace like what I was hearing the bell with the young court. I don't know which planet this man is coming from. No genuine peace. I told IO, okay, Riek is the first vice president. What do you do with Riek? He cannot answer it. Kiir is there as the president. What do you do with them? He cannot answer it. No, it's not a peace. They have to disappear. Junubin. Which Junubin? Who among the Junubin in the diaspora can claim to be more representative of South Sudanese more than Kiir and Riek Machar? unless you are mentally you're not normal. You want to get rid of them? Okay, go to the war. If not, just shut up and support the peace. This is what my summary of what I'm saying. Let us be realistic. Don't just call for war. Kir must go. Reng Machar must go. Johnson must go. Lama Kol must go. There's no peace. And you are in America. Come on, man. What political party do you have to replace these people? Even American government will be saying, who is this guy? I don't know. He's American citizen. We don't know him. So let us support peace. My message, the peace that is signed and is implemented in Juba is the only peace that will bring permanent peace and democratization. Let's support it. That is my message. Thank you, Comrade Wol.
Thank you, Ambassador. And that's the reason why, that's the motive of hosting you today, to tell people like that. So people should have a hope. So people should develop hope, you know. You will be host again next week. I am pretty sure you will be host next week, because people already, the reason why people ask you is because of your answers. Bear in your mind. And people like your answers, and that's why they want you to come next week. And also, there are people probably before you were ambassador, you know, there's some people that cross line with you. Those people, they say that to unlock them. They say that, you know, forget our differences, unlocked us from blocking. And I will just say one of them. There's like 10 people, but I will say one of them because he's my close friend, and is a good Wayne. He said for you to unblock him. That's it.
I know. He's from Pinning, Arizona, right?
Yes. So he said,
I know him.
my brother, you unblock me. You know, and that's fine. We will close the show because next week we are coming back. But Ambassador, I want to say something about this media. You know, media now in social media now is within another media. Like Facebook, like Lake State media is within Facebook media. But our picture is very big, you know. You know, Kenya is changed by media, you know, because they put media everywhere, and they bring news to the town, or they bring news to the citizen. We, the people of Lake State media, this is just a name like New York Times, but we would like to bring news to South Sudanese, not just South Sudanese only in diaspora, but we are trying now to go back home and walk with our foot to go to small cities to bring news to people. We want to go to Akobo, we want to go to wherever Sudanese are, and we bring news to South Sudanese. In Juba, we have a very tiny office that we are developing it so we can bring news to South Sudanese. So I would like, you know, our people also to recognize such local media so they can be developed. Me and you will talk more on our side about this, because there is so much blocking in Juba. And when I say that, there's some people who don't see this as a big picture. When people want to look for other things to get document, to do some other things, so this one can go forward, people block them. But we will talk aside about this topic so you can be aware, because you are our boys, and that's why, and that's the reason your job is here in embassy, so you can be a voice of the people in diaspora, because people get blocked. I went to Juba last time. I went to find a document for Lake State media. I was blocked totally. I come back. It was not successful.
No, okay. Bolded, I'm not interrupting you. Before you went to Juba, you did not inform us at the embassy. All right. You know the bureaucracy, registration of the media. There are, first of all, if Lagos State media people originating from the US, they have to have the embassy. What do you know about these people? And then there was a corona. So you didn't tell us. Like now you tell us we can write to the Minister of Information. Me, I have a direct line. I can just call Makwelo and say, look, these guys, take them to the Minister of Justice, let them be registered. It will be done, because the law allows you to open for education of the people to open your own media. You are not a threat to constitution. You are not a threat to anybody. You are not calling for war. But the problem with the diaspora, you guys, you don't want to work with the embassy. By the way, there are people here in Nebraska. They do not even believe to work with the embassy. You ask them, they said they support Riek Machar. You said, but Riek Machar is the first vice president. Why you are not working with the embassy? Riek Machar is the first vice president. I report to Riek, whether I like him or not, is my boss, right? Technically. But there are people here in the diaspora, they don't want to work with the embassy. They are still in the mindset, but a rebellion. This is a problem. You see?
Thank you, Ambassador. We will work with you, and I like that you clarified that one. But did you just came and we want to close?
Yeah,
the
close it. Yeah.
Do you have something?
Yeah. Close the show. No, there's nothing. I just want to say thank you, Ambassador Gordon Bauy, for coming to the same media. I thought that we have a productive show tonight. All the South Sudanese who are listening tonight, I hope they get something out of it. So we really appreciate giving up your time. I thought that this is an important time that you give to South Sudanese who are living in diaspora, because those Sudanese who are living in diaspora, they always, especially in Western country, they always rely on social media. And what they are getting in social media, most of them are fake news. And legislative media, we try our best to make sure that to bring accurate information to South Sudanese so that they can listen. Because we always bring both sides, government side and opposite side, so that people can judge. I know a lot of people are writing, comment. So, and that's the part of beautiful part of it. And that's what we appreciate for this. The more we talk here, the side, it's not like other show when person give a chance, then you interrupt and you don't give your guest a chance to speak, so that people can understand what he have. So for that, we thank you so much for coming in today, and I hope we will have another round discussion another day. So for that being said, I will say that thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
No, there's no problem. Madidi Taban, the embassy, as I said earlier, the South Sudan embassy is open, is for everybody. We signed the peace. Okay.
Yes.
There are I have so many enemies in America because of what happened before the peace. There are nowhere here who cannot even talk to me. Okay, because of the war. But you tell them, okay, we are a different dispensation. We fought the war, yes, I'm part of the government. We went to war, but now we have a peace. Even Riek Machar, whether I like him or not, I have to greet him and salute him because the first vice president, right?
Yes.
Because it's a different environment now. He was our enemy, but now he's our friend. We work together. Then the diaspora must also change, right? If Riek Machar and Kir are embracing, laughing together, who are you to continue the hatred? But this is the problem.
Exactly.
Diaspora, they are the holding hatred. Kir and Riek are drinking tea together, and there are people in Nebraska, they don't want to go, girl, this guy is a Dinkawi. And then you resort to Kir, I support Riek. Okay, your friend Riek and Kir are drinking tea together. Why you are friend with the Dinka guy in Omaha? They don't want to explain. Then what do we do with these people? This is the problem. The peace has come. We need to build trust. We need to build trust among ourselves. The war between President Salva Kiir and Riek Machar is finished. Don't bring hatred between innocent Dinkawi. If America has nothing to do with what happened in 2013. What happened in 2013? Intermediate, you are part to it, or Bull, you are part to it. Why these people fought in Juba? Did they inform you why they are fighting? Huh? Why would somebody, I don't want to talk to a Bull because who would Dinkawi? This guy, what is his connection with the war, brother? If you ask them, there's no reasoning. This is what I've been telling people. The same way we used to condemn me. They all came to Juba and got me in Juba. People even wrote books, girl, how they will kill me. Girl, we burn him, there's no Gordon. Now, the very people who wrote the book, I am sitting with them in Juba. Tell them, look, guys, politics there is not like that. Okay? Politics hatred is not politics. Okay? Don't take things personal. These political differences can happen and they can be resolved. Like why Riek and Sulfur are the same. are in Juba now. So why you are keeping hatred in America? And Riek and Salva Kiir, they finish it. Mind the Musakel. Angelina is the Minister of Defense, being saluted by our chief of staff. Come on, guys. So that's why the diaspora must change. Those newer guys in Nebraska and the Midwest must also change. Don't aid your Dinka friend, brother, for nothing. If you are for Riek, okay. If you are not for Riek, you become another Jonkor calling for the skill and say Riek must go. Okay, that's a different matter. I have nothing to do with that. It will be addressed differently. But if you are for peace, please forget this hatred. Let us just work for peace. 3 years from now, we have democratization because if we keep this hatred uh, among the social hatred, just hatred like this, we're not going to have any peace in South Sudan. Even oil there, wallahi, it will not work. All the gold, it just it will be poor forever because we are killing ourselves. But if we have peace and we are correcting, even this corruption thing we will talk about will not exist. Okay, a change of generation. You people and tomorrow, you guys who are talking here, you will be ministers in South Sudan 5 years from now. That is the reality. Because anytime there's a generational change, those of the they are already old. Even age will retire them. So don't keep hatred. Let us work for unity.
That's the one. That's a very good point. That's exactly the point. I think the reason why we always put when we, brother Ambassador, when we open this legislative media, we receive a lot of criticism. We call like a big media, we call like a government. Even now, people are writing. We are a government media. While when we put the show, we invited non-Dinka, Iowa supporters, Soma supporters, all those kind of people who are supporting any other opposition group in South Sudan. We welcome here in the state media. We debate them because at the end of the day, we are South Sudanese. That's what I tell our South Sudanese. Look, I can have a political disagreement. I'm a government supporter. You are an Iowa supporter, but at the end of the day, we are South Sudanese. The common ground that we want to come, we are South Sudanese. Make sure that we have a different party. Political party doesn't mean that we are enemy. So and you make it very clear because we are living in the United States, and you see United States here we have Republican and Democrat. You see, United States here, and I'm a Democrat. I live with the white people. My poster there is a Republican, die-hard Republican, and I'm a Democrat. I'm supporting Joe Biden, and he's supporting President Trump. We always having this head-to-head debate. When you see at the table when we eat, we have this debate, head-to-head debate. You see, at the end of the day, we are a family. That's how our South Sudanese should take this. Political thing should not be connected with your personal lifestyle or tribal things. So everything, this thing needs to change. Our people need to change this. And that's the reason why we create legislative media, try to educate ourselves and our people. So let us talk. And then we see how we can shape ourselves here in diaspora and how we can help our people back home. So, and this is important. And people in diaspora too, they have to have a communication, a relationship with embassy, with you guys. We need to have this.
Correct.
So this relationship. And I'm encouraging you, Ambassador Gordon, you guys should get out, social media, and where to reach out to South Sudanese in America here and Canada. Canada is close to us. So that they can to engage with them so that they can build this relationship with you guys. Because I remember when we came here in 2001 and we always go to embassy, we have the relationship, we invited, because I live in Michigan. And you know very well, Ambassador, Michigan was a stronghold of South Sudanese when we came here. And we invited all ambassadors, they come to Michigan. When, like, our Vice President, Waniga, he came here second time. So, and when the war started in 2013, everything is fall apart. So this relationship, South Sudanese diaspora and embassy, you guys, we have to have this relationship so that we can build up and so that our people can have connection with the embassy in the US. So that is a very important that you said, and our people should know that, because this time now, the season that we are in right now is the season for peace. The war is over. Nobody can still campaign of war or Kir must go or Yamuchan must go, all kinds of stuff. We are building for peace. And this time of peace, everybody need to come to, so that all the issues that has been done have been put aside, the peace in place. Let's go back to build. So that being said, so that is my last word, and thank you.
Yeah, but did you close the show? If Ambassador is not saying anything again, then you close the show.
I know what I want to add to Ambassador Madid. The embassy is open. You know, the problem, as you correctly said, okay, now we are in the era of Corona, which Corona will not allow us to travel, but Corona allow us to use the social media like what we are using now. Okay, Corona does not stop people from talking on social media. It may only just you cannot travel. When the war ended, because now our priority of the embassy and you, the diaspora, is how do we build trust among between the government and the people in order to stand in the peace. Because the people in the diaspora are part of the system, are part of the government, because that government is a coalition government of different parties. If it is the IO they have their supporters. Okay, and we know the area where the IO they have their supporters. That's why sometimes I ask people, especially I'm a Nuer, okay? Now they are changing slowly. People are beginning to understand. There are some people very ignorant. They are still having this negative thinking of saying that anyone who was part of the government is an enemy for life. Okay, what about Riek Machar? They will not give you an answer. Okay, that person is ignorant. You just ignore the person. Somebody last year, even the issue of the passport, it is your right as a citizen to have a passport, right? You just come to embassy, you take the pictures, we bring you your passport. Before the agreement was signed, there were some people who used to say no, passport of South Sudan they refuse South Sudan passport. Girl is not a passport for them because they are fighting the government. Imagine. It is one direct sign an agreement. Now they are coming one by one. Oh, I need South Sudan passport, brother. Even during the war, if you came, we will not deny you the passport because you are a citizen. But at that time, they will say no, they don't want South Sudan passport. But now that Riek became part of the government, then people are changing. So sometimes you begin to wonder: is it ignorance is playing a part among our community in the diaspora, or what, or hatred? Because even hatred, if the hatred was caused by the war, you cannot have hatred for life. It will not help you. Okay, whether we like ourselves or not, we must coexist as a country, as a communities in South Sudan. Otherwise, I have seen some people here in Canada calling for Upper Nile independence. Okay, Upper Nile, how do you get Upper Nile? Upper Nile to come tribe, they will not explain to you. Upper Nile to Dinka, into Nuer, okay, into Murle, yeah, into Jie, into Komo, into Burut, 6 tribes, and you want it to become a Nuer state? Okay, what about the Nuer Beta Unity? Say, where do you take them? They don't give you an answer because okay, then if it is the Great Upper Nile, then Great Upper Nile, how will it become independent into 6 tribes? What about the rights of other 5 tribes? So the Dinka, the Burun, the Komo, the Murle, and the Jie, they have no right to say whether they are party to that independent state. You can see, and the people who are doing that, you will see somebody got into master degree. Master degree? Come on, guys. PhD, there's a guy into PhD from York University in Canada, one of the best universities in Canada. Thinking like that, he wrote a book, The Nuer Nation Become Independent. I said, what? Is it a mental issue or what? You don't get it. Huh? This is what you can see the level of madness in the diaspora. But anyway, to make the story short, let us work to transform, because whether we like it or not, there's no way you are in diaspora and and you say that I'm not party to South Sudan. Never. That country you will go back. It's part of you. It's part of our. We came here because of war, and we will never disown South Sudan if you are in diaspora. We must work for peace in the country so that that country we change it, we make it, and then it's our pride. You see, maybe our children they grow in the diaspora, they will be American, they will be what? Tomorrow they can say, we don't know Africa. But at least if we make that country good, they will go there. That's what I want to add.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. I really appreciate your outline. And we will wait for next week. So we will, because politics in South Sudan will not end. Correcting things in South Sudan will not end because we messed everything up, like you said. Somebody refused his own country passport. That's a madness. But we'll talk about that, about the passport next week, and the topic that I told you. Right now, we'll let you go, and I really appreciate your coming to Lake State Media. Thank you so much. Welcome again, Madid.
Yeah, thank you.
Madid.
Thank you. Yeah. So we close the show. Thank you, Ambassador Gordon. Have a wonderful night, and we will talk at the other side in private.
Kalas, course, Madidi.
Madidi end the show.
Kalas, then I can go. You release me?
Yeah, you can go. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank
Kalas,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. So, more before we close the show.
Yes.
We should supposed to have we should supposed to have a show for parity.
Yes.
Like 2 hours ago, but we do not do that. I've been calling about that. So we have this show and then take us time. So we will talk at the end. So for those of you who are watching, thank you for watching Lake State Media. And yes, I read all your comment, some of the comment. Brother Champos, I sent you a link earlier.
Madid.
And you yeah.
Church again already ngurka dai.
Church hello. Oh, church in?
Not yet. Oh, okay, angod.
Good. So yeah. So that is all. Thank you. Charlie is Pung. Brother Simon Chamkwak. Yeah, mostly your comment they are stand out in my eye. There's no I will not say anything bad against you guys, but so those you wrote your personal opinion and you are entitled to it. Brother Chamkwak, I always invite you in Lake State Media whenever I have a show. But today's show we put restriction, but I invited you too, not everybody. But you, Chamkwat, I sent you a link like an hour ago, and you didn't respond. So you can check your inbox and you will see the link there. So has been said, and I thank you again for coming in and watching the show at Lake State Media. We appreciate for you guys. I know Charlie Pungi will go and do your show. Feel free. So thank you, Bol, and thank you all our viewers and audience. Have a wonderful night. May God bless you guys. Bye.
Thank you, Madid. Champ was actually, I even called him personally.
And what did he say?